Hello, and welcome. As usual, I'm Corey Campbell. It's been a minute since I've streamed, or rather, I technically streamed earlier this afternoon, doing a workout stream, but it's been a minute since I've, done a stream from my apartment, covering news, covering research. And antithesis, or antithesis. Thank you so much for passing by. Much appreciated. I definitely know you from Tyler's stream, and Kevin FM's. Welcome. So happy to have you here. Hope you're doing well. But yeah, I'm trying to get back into a routine of streaming. Definitely not easy, because as I've covered before, I'm dealing with an infection in my foot that not responding to antibiotics. Pretty much hasn't responded to antibiotics. I literally had a conversation with my family doctor about a little over a week ago, that basically saying, like, I need a surgical consult, and I will likely need a minor operation to, like, drain the wound, clean it up, etc., etc. And so I'm, like, in the process of, trying to book surgical consultations. And then, I've technically already had one. And now it's just a matter of, like, so here in my area, Quebec, we have a two-tiered system. Even though it's not supposed to be that way, it ends up functioning as such, as we have sort of certain aspects of healthcare can be given by the private sector, and then we have the public health sector. And now I technically have the option of getting my minor operation through private healthcare, but that is a pretty significant financial hit that I can technically afford, but that is a huge change to my finances that I will have to, like, budget for like the next year or so, if not longer. And Bill, welcome. Thank you so much for passing by. Much appreciated. I've actually been I'm gonna out myself. I've been lurking in your streams, or the recent ones that you, I think, did a few days ago. I was in your stream when you were covering a fellow Canadian, Steve Nash. Yeah, so I'm in the process of, like, weighing out my options of, do I take the hit and get this minor operation done quickly within a matter of weeks, as opposed to in the public system, it's a wait list, and I'm technically not an urgent priority, and so given how the healthcare system is functioning now, I will almost certainly be waiting, like, months, if not potentially on the order of, like, a year or more. Or rather, like, if I wait so bad, the infection will probably, spread, and I'll be at risk of, like, losing part of my foot, and then I'll be, like, moved up in the priority list for surgery. We're just gonna dive right into it, sort of to give you a better idea of how it is. So, this is not unique to Canada or my area. I think Canada and the US, huge shortage of healthcare workers. And this was just published, today. And this is basically local to me, of, like, ERs are, like, shutting down. Or, like, we're receiving, notices are being put out saying, hey, like, if you have not really an urgent case, like, you don't have, like, a gunshot wound or a stabbing wound, make an appointment with some sort of clinic. Because, like, yeah, the ERs are swamped, hospitals are swamped, not only with, number of patients, but, that's amplified by the fact that there's a huge shortage of healthcare workers. And this is just, like, a regular thing now. There was even another story. Try and track it down. where it's like, yeah, this is just like a couple of days ago. So yeah, this is a few days ago. Like they sent out a notice of like, hey, if your child needs urgent care, but not like urgent, don't go to the Montreal Children's Hospital. And then like, yeah, but that emergency alert has been lifted, thankfully. But like, yeah, these are generally like pretty unprecedented times. Like our healthcare system, as much as I very much am grateful and appreciative of public healthcare and largely affordable, accessible healthcare if it's an urgent case. But like our healthcare system was super stressed before the pandemic, and the pandemic has just like really, picked it up a notch. So in my area specifically, I'm in a major city, and so I technically have access to a number of hospitals and clinics. Like, there's technically a lot of hospitals and clinics around me. It's just that, there's a patient overload, and so it ends up not being accessible. In many ways, like, I would prefer that I actually have like an issue with like my disease. Like I would much prefer like my Crohn's disease like acting up, because like I'm affiliated with a hospital. Like I have a specialist that monitors me pretty closely, and so like I know that I can like call them up and get medical attention pretty quickly. And thank you so much for asking. Right now it's pretty mild, thankfully. Like it's at this point, it's just a moderate to severe discomfort, and like only like small moments of pain. The pain has pretty much been minimal ever since like the antibiotics have improved it, but it's still like kind of like an open wound. And Proto Zero, welcome. Thank you so much for passing by. Although if it's boring for you, I apologize, but I'm obviously not entertaining to everybody. If not, I'm probably entertaining to a very small minority. But I still appreciate the fact that you passed by. And there are other, notorious cases that have, been published recently. This was published like a little over a week ago. Still in Canada, where it's like, yeah, this person, they're on a wait list for a cancer surgery, and like, they're living with that anxiety of like, they're on the wait list, they're technically a high priority, but not the super high priority, and so it's like, that's obviously a lot of anxiety and stress that's unnecessary, and this is the result of the surgical backlogs that are pretty much being experienced all across the country as a result, driven by the pandemic. Huge backlog of surgeries that I don't really know how that's going to be tackled. And it results in cases like this, which is super sad. Yeah, that is a totally valid question, right? I think pre-pandemic, this would be sort of like the urgent case. But now it's like, unless like you're bleeding out from a gunshot wound or a stabbing, or like, you're at high risk of your cancer like spreading, then it's like, get bumped down. And again, I can, as much as I'm complaining about my situation, right? Like in comparison to this, like it's nothing. This is just, a large inconvenience that has like, it has generated frustration in me. But I also have to like, have to check myself, and be grateful for what I have as best I can. And that like, this type of scenario is, a nightmare scenario practically. I would assume cost. I would only imagine you have a much better idea than me, Bill. But I would imagine like a surgery like this, in addition to like the hospital stay, the operation, travel expenses, I would assume it would be like on the order of like $10,000 or more, if not at least like $5,000 bare minimum. But again, this is just me like speculating. That's just sort of where like, well, yeah, so even that like you laugh at, right? It's probably like on the order of like 50K, 100K, right? At this point, like nothing would surprise me, right? Yeah, which it's like, you know, to me that's pretty unreasonable. Yeah, exactly. And that doesn't surprise me either, right? But that speaks to, I guess, you know, not only my ignorance, but just like how I've been sort of conditioned in terms of like, you know, we generally know, or at least I have an idea of what many medical procedures cost, and like what prescription drugs cost, because there's at least some price control that occurs here in Canada. Like for the original consultation on my foot, like I went private. I went to a private family doctor, and that appointment was $160 Canadian, which, like, you know, in comparison to free, that's expensive. But I imagine $160 Canadian just for an appointment is like still super cheap in comparison to the United States. And like 160 Canadian, that's like whatever, I don't know, 120, 130 American. You know, I would imagine that's like kind of like very, very cheap healthcare in the United States. I know people who have had cancer that have had to second mortgage their homes. Yeah, and these stories don't surprise me. And I know that a significant portion of just people or families declaring bankruptcy can be often driven by medical expenses and healthcare costs. And this is where it's like the balancing act of like, yeah, sure, in Canada, there is much less cost to the consumer when it comes to healthcare, and that generally speaking, if you need urgent medical care, it's really accessible. But if it's a situation like mine, that's minor, where I don't have the priority, then it results in, you know, this kind of like mildly frustrating situation, where it's like, you know, I have to, if I'm in a position to pay, I would pay. I have no idea how Canada does it either. Does the government subsidize it with direct payments to the provider? So I can only share my experience. Oh, and ROS Armories, thank you so much for passing by. Much appreciated. Hope you're doing well. So, basically, I have no real idea how much like an appointment in a hospital costs, because I don't see those costs. Like our hospitals are literally like funded by the government through public money. As in, like, when I go see my specialist, my gastroenterologist at, you know, the hospital, like I don't pay anything. I don't receive a bill. I get no receipts. I have no idea how much that costs. I can only tell you like what my medication costs, but that is covered by the government. And like 99% of my medication is covered by the government, because I can tell you, because I received the bill on that. Like the medication that I take, it's an injection. It costs per injection once a month $4,000, and I pay $80 Canadian. And so again, something I'm also super grateful for is access to, you know, overall affordable prescription medications, because there's absolutely no way that I can afford with my own money the medication that I'm on. Oh, fellow Canadian, well, thank you so much. Although everyone from all countries are welcome. So, you know, the saga of me trying to just like fix this minor healthcare issue continues. And I'm really trying to like keep it in perspective as best I can. Yeah, that's exactly right. And actually, it wasn't always like this. Let me let me see if I can. Uh, well, I understand the mixed feelings, Armories. Uh, like I definitely have a lot of criticisms of Canada. But at the end of the day, like I choose to live here. I choose to stay here. And especially this province, I have a lot of complaints about Quebec. Clearly, I'm complaining about them right now. But at the end of the day, I like Quebec. And I wouldn't put my money on it, Bill. But like, it's really kind of interesting. Because for the longest time, well, for most of the time, our healthcare was always, not always, but ever since that legislation was passed in like, the 60s or 70s, it was a strictly public system, okay? And it's only like fairly recently, in the past, 10, 20 years, or 10, 15 years, that privatization of healthcare started to happen. Where like, if you wanted to go to a private clinic, 20 years ago, that was not possible. As in like 20 years ago, even if you wanted to pay for healthcare in Canada, like you couldn't do it because it just didn't exist. And it's only recently that like legislation was passed, where it's like certain medical procedures, certain appointments, there's a private element to them, and it gets like pretty gray. But like, yeah, we pretty much have a two-tiered system that is only this is a recent development. Yeah, 800. I've never paid for blood work. That's like a foreign concept to me. Paying for a sleep study, also foreign concept to me. And yeah, so 200, even that. So comparing when I paid for my doctor visit, and this is in Canadian dollars, so like this 232, that's probably like, I don't know, $250, $260 Canadian. I literally paid like $160 for a doctor's appointment. So like, obviously, still much cheaper. And yeah, they stuck a catheter into my jugular vein. That's actually, so you're pretty much paying for, torturous procedures. Obviously for your care. In the US, if you have good insurance, you also don't pay hardly anything for your care, but your coverage varies widely based on your employer. Yeah, and even then, like I'm pretty ignorant on the American insurance system. Like I know about deductibles, and like I know after a certain point, like once you reach your deductible, like pretty much, there's no expenses after that. But even like navigating the insurance landscape, like seems to be quite difficult. And also, I think one of, like, in my mind, one of the greater arguments for like public, accessible healthcare is like, you don't have to deal with like insurance, the finances. It's just like some of that mental burden is like taken off of you, because like what I'm going through now, which is like minor, but in me trying to just receive care for this minor thing, like I'm like literally calling like surgical centers to get a consultation, and then I'm also like pretty much like running around where like I've called the surgical center. I have like my referral saying, hey, I'm looking for this type of operation, and like I've been told like, hey, we don't do that here. You have to like call some other surgical clinic, and then I go call them, and then I get the same thing, the same response of like, oh yeah, we don't do that either. Like call somewhere else. And like I'm literally trying to track down like a surgical clinic that does the type of operation that I'm looking for. And that's like just super annoying and super frustrating. where it's like, yeah, thankfully it's minor, and that it's not like affecting my psychological state. It's not affecting my energy levels. But I can imagine, okay, that if I'm sick, if I'm fatigued, if I'm dealing with like a systemic issue, like a cancer diagnosis, and then I have to like go run around and like find a doctor, call around clinics, and then, deal with money, receipts, insurance. It's just like a huge like mental and psychological burden that is just like placed on top of you. At least that's what it would feel like to me. I was super concerned when they told me they were going to go through my jugular to get a piece of my liver, but then they hit me with the benzodiazepines and fentanyl, and I wasn't close. Yeah, I think that's a natural reaction to that combination, which I've been on myself. The boogeyman in the US is the wait you might experience elsewhere for care, like what you're experiencing, but I take your system over ours for sure. Yeah, based off of what I know, again, I have zero experience in the American healthcare system. And like, despite all the complaining that I'm doing, I still take this system. I was never in favor of this happening, of like opening that door of privatized healthcare. Sounds like me trying to find someone who does autism diagnostics on adult women. Yeah, again, like, it's just an extra burden that's not cool. And it sounds like the other side of the healthcare coin. Our annoyance is fighting the insurance company. Yeah, I think this is a pretty accurate assessment. Oh, and Boy Meets Mini, welcome. Thank you so much for passing by. Much appreciated. And again, it does suck, but perspective matters. Oh, and Zeron, welcome, and have a typo. Let me double check. What is my typo? Oops. Unless that, if there's a typo, I cannot see it. Oh no, I see. You are correct. Thank you so much for pointing that out. I'm going to edit that right now. Although, I could just say the world is on fire, and that's, I think, not a totally inaccurate statement. One second. Okay. Yeah. Thank you so much, Zeron, for pointing that out. Much appreciated. So I've heard mixed things about BetterHelp. I really can't say anything with confidence. Oh, and Balko, welcome. Thanks so much for passing by. We should set climate change. I don't disagree with you. I'm all in favor of setting climate change on fire. Burn it up. How are you keeping your mental health afloat with the physical thorn on yourself? This is, again, it's a minor thing. I don't want to, like, blow it up into something, like, ridiculous. But it totally has taken a toll, a little bit on my mental health. Like, it's totally frustrating to not be able to work out my lower body, to any real degree. I can't do any real cardiovascular exercise. I was a huge runner. I love running. And I can't run. I haven't been able to run for like the past 4 to 6 weeks. And, I sort of rely on cardiovascular exercise to, at least boost my mental health a little bit. And also to like keep my energy levels up. Like me doing cardio and me maintaining a high level of cardiovascular fitness, that's my way of energizing myself. And so without that, like, I just don't feel myself. I mean, overall, I still feel, decent and pretty good, functional. But it is totally like sapped a lot of motivation out of me, and it's totally discouraged me. I'm not gonna lie about that. The world's leader. Oh, and the Fury's brother. Welcome. Thanks so much for passing by. And I'm still working on the handstands. That's hit and miss. So we're just gonna dive right into it. Of all the heat waves, because there's a heat wave here, where I'm located in Quebec. This was published just today, July 19th, where it's like, yeah, we've got a heat warning, and so we've got to stay cool. But this is not a foreign concept to us. This is somewhat regular, as opposed to like in Europe. I think everyone knows and is reading the headlines of like what's going on in Europe, where it's like super crazy, where they're setting records. Let me just adjust the volume. So, records have tumbled and firefighters face new blazes as much of Western Europe faced a grueling heatwave. The UK, normally used to milder climates, saw temperatures of more than 40 degrees Celsius for the first time. Germany saw its hottest day of the year so far, while Portugal raised its death toll after days of excess heat. Deadly wildfires have swept the continent. The UN's World Meteorological Organization warned there was worse to come. Heat waves have become more frequent and more intense and last longer because of human-induced climate change. In the future, these kinds of heat waves are going to be normal, and we will see even stronger extremes. In addition to record temperatures in the UK, several fire services declared major incidents after a surge in fires. A major blaze in Wennington, East London, set homes alight. Residents who had to be evacuated told the BBC that some 8 homes and possibly a local church had been destroyed in the fire, while a firefighter at the scene described it as absolute hell. In France, 64 different areas registered record high temperatures on Monday. Although the all-time high for mainland France has not been topped, the southwest of the country has experienced its biggest wildfires in more than 30 years. Since this 12th of July, fires have engulfed more than 19,000 hectares of the wine-growing Gironde region, I guess. 34,000 people had to be evacuated from their homes. In Belgium, a fire broke out in dunes at the Belgian resort of Dahan, setting several vehicles alight. But following the ferocious heat, the country is now bracing itself for thunderstorms that could lead to 20 to 30 millimeters of rain in some region, Le Soir newspaper reports. On Tuesday, Germany experienced its hottest day of 2022. The National Weather Service restored 39.3 degrees Celsius, recorded 39.3 degrees Celsius at 4 local time in the western city of Duisburg. I'm probably mispronouncing that. So apologies to Furious Brother if I butcher some of these German names. Meanwhile, in the Netherlands saw one of its hottest days on record on Tuesday with 39.5 degrees Celsius in Maastricht, forecasters said. Temperatures in Portugal have decreased significantly. However, more than 1,000 heatwave-related deaths have been recorded since last week. So it's like, 1,000 deaths in a week related to heat. That's there's no words for that. At least not anything that comes to mind other than just like, that's horrific. Right? Extrapolating that to, that's pretty much, what we saw in many respects with like COVID, right? With like death tolls are just like, this is comparable to COVID in that death toll number. Wildfires have become a common consequence of these extreme temperatures across Europe. Central and northwestern Spain has also been ravaged by wildfires. The Copernicus Monitoring Service, a part of the EU's Earth Observation Program, said total carbon emissions from wildfires between June and July are the highest seen in Spain for the period since 2003. In Greece, a wildfire fueled by gale force winds raged on the mountainous region of Penteli near Athens. It has damaged homes and prompted local authorities to evacuate at least 4 areas and a hospital. Forecasters in Italy are warning of temperatures as high as 40 to 42 degrees Celsius between Wednesday and Friday. Several wildfires have already been reported in the country, and blazes that broke out on Monday evening in Tuscany were still raging on Tuesday afternoon. So it's like, yeah, well, this heat map literally is, pretty crazy. Where it's like, yeah, in the dark red, very extreme, have that like patches in like, yeah, Portugal, France. Crazy, and like the fact that it's projected to get worse, obviously very disturbing, which is why, my stream title, like, the world is on fire. And this is all we're experiencing something similar in Canada. Okay, we definitely had a heat wave, and like wildfires, many wildfires associated with heat waves. I think it was like last year or 2 years ago. But this was published, just yesterday, where it's like, yes, in British Columbia, we're also dealing with some crazy wildfires that are, as they say here, getting out of control. Let me just catch up with chat. 1 second. So I have some experience with extreme heat temperatures. Quebec does get to like the high 30s. And like with the humid, like the pretty miserable type of heat that you get in Quebec, it's the heat in combination with pretty extreme humidity. Where it's like it'll be 35 degrees, but with the humidity it feels like 40 degrees or like 42 degrees. Today's the first day that I've heard of forest fire in my state. Which I'm super sorry to hear. And, I think this is, we're on the trajectory of this becoming kind of like a pattern. And, maybe a new normal. I don't know. Since we aren't going to do anything about climate change, where should we move? I don't know. Basically, I think at your own risk. I don't think anywhere is really safe, right? This is global climate change. And I think no matter where you move, you'll be dealing with something. Either extreme heat, extreme cold, fires, flooding, strange precipitation. It's, clearly unpredictable. And 40 degrees Celsius, that is like, 40 degrees Celsius in a city that probably, or is almost certainly not designed or doesn't have the infrastructure and, the resources to deal with that type of heat. Like that just, amplifies the situation. I'm hereby betting $1.61 Canadian that major oil and gas companies are going to greenwash by investing minuscule amounts of money to save the parts of the planet they need to continue. And well, I don't disagree with your assessment, Zeron. And that's, I don't know that I have the answer to that type of problem. Somebody don't have smoke here in the Pacific Northwest yet, but I imagine it's coming. I have a very spicy take. Well, if you want to share your take, or if you want to save it for when we chat in a little bit, you're more than welcome to. Spain and Morocco look like they're having fun, and I'm in the red blob in West Germany. Oh, okay, so yeah, with that heat map, right? I remember it. Let's see. I don't want to set the world on fire, and I know you don't, Myopic. I don't think there's very many people that intend to, but as a result of corporate action or action driven by certain corporate behavior, in addition to our collective behaviors, like individuals at a societal level are also contributing to climate change that we have to be mindful of, or at least I'd encourage people be mindful of. It is illegal to set fire to climate change because that would you be setting fire to the headquarters of ExxonMobil, Chevron. Yeah, fair enough. And Weeploop, welcome. Thanks so much for passing by. Much appreciated. Let's see. North America is somewhat lucky. In Germany, almost no house has AC. Basically, just rich people homes. Yeah, and I think that's something to keep in mind of that you know, at least on the little bit of Twitter that I'm exposed to, because I'm on Twitter, like it seems like there's people who are like sort of downplaying you know, people in Europe complaining about the heat, as in like, you know, people are saying like, oh, you know, the heat wave in Europe, that's nothing compared to, you know, my experience in whatever location. That's just a regular day for me. But they don't take into account that, you know, these are regions that were not designed, and it was like never on the radar that they would have to deal with this type of extreme heat. Where it's like in my city, pretty much air conditioning is mostly the norm. At least when it comes to, you know, private buildings, like office buildings, malls, shopping centers. Air conditioning is pretty ubiquitous. And if anything, AC units are not the most difficult to like acquire and obtain and install. Corporations, the wealthy, definitely want to set it on fire because they're tech king Elon. Yeah, and you know that will be a huge hurdle that we can hopefully overcome. He's like all the roadblocks, all of the greenwashing that will likely take place. That is taking place. Is there any truth to the reports that these fires were caused by the burning of original? No. I'm pretty sure that Magnolia film copies are not flammable. That they should be indestructible, because that would be a priceless commodity. And I don't disagree with that assessment, Zeron. That air conditioning is a human right. I would even more reframe it as access to climate-controlled shelter is a human right. And yeah, so what I can say is public transportation here, it's only a recent development that our public transportation, at least our buses, have air conditioning. But not even all the buses. But our metro system here in my area, that's actually not air conditioned. And like at the peak of the summer, the metro is pretty awful to use because it is a pretty sweltering heat in there. But I still take it. There are a lot of places in the world that don't even have electricity, or at least reliable electricity for an AC. Yep, that's also again another thing to take into account. Where I think this is also an issue in countries like India, where like they're experiencing like crazy heat waves, or they have experienced crazy waves, like, you know, 45, like 50 degrees Celsius, and like they have like no escape at all, or like their only escape is like at nighttime, where like maybe the temperature will drop a few degrees, and that's like their only sort of reprieve. And so like, yeah, totally access to electricity, or even just having the infrastructure for the AC, like that's not a given, and that's also a problem. Public libraries are the best AC centers here in the US, which I'm happy to hear that. And I haven't actually visited a library in the longest time. But our libraries here, if I remember correctly, they're pretty well designed, and they also have, like, in my experience, pretty good climate control. My relatives in India had to endure exactly, and I only read the not the headlines. I read the stories of, like, you know, and these are people that, like, many of them, if not like a large majority, they're like doing their work outside, like manual labor, in like 45, 50 degrees Celsius heat. And then, like, yeah, they only get a little bit of a break when, like, the sun goes down. That is just, like, you know, crazy to me. Magnolia, greatest film ever made. I'm gonna pop out on out of here because I'm tired, but if you solve climate change while I'm gone, someone... Well, thanks so much, Myopic. Always a pleasure. I hope you get some great sleep, some good restful sleep. And like, yeah, if your 81-year-old grandfather was able to endure that type of heat, like, yeah, I have no problem saying they're a stronger person than I am. Because it's not a question of ability. Climate change is already saw. Oh, okay, fair enough. Yeah, so I take your point, Zeron. We do have solutions to climate change, right? It's a matter of political will, personal will, societal will. During the height of the pandemic, global warming slowed massively. Yeah, you are correct about that as far as I can tell. Evolution will figure it out. You're also, well, that's the thing. Do we want evolution to figure it out? Because evolution's not so nice of a mechanism, generally speaking. And there was this sort of piece, extensive piece. This was published a little over 5-6 days ago. A Canadian article about sweltering cities, why extreme heat is killing Canadians in major cities, and how climate change will make things worse. And it's pretty extensive. I'll probably read it on a later stream because I want to cover some other things. But like, it seems like basically this is our new normal. Of like these crazy temperatures. We have to somehow learn to adapt, or just like suffer through it, and maybe get used to people dying from extreme heat, right? That's our new normal. Just like deaths associated with the pandemic, that's basically our new normal. Deaths associated with this heat seems to be the direction of our new normal. But I'm going to save it. Gonna close this. Lots of art and this. So yeah, before I chat with Zeron, the last thing that I'll cover, last few things that I'll cover, is some science and some research. So, one of maybe the bright side, actually, before I cover that. Maybe one of the few small bright sides that we can look to is that, if there's... Whoops, not what I want to do. If there's more and more people experiencing extreme, severe weather events, it appears like it increases their concern about climate change. As in, once it's like right in front of their face, and they are suffering the consequences, then it's like, oh, maybe this is something that we should pay attention to. So like, maybe that's a bright side to these extreme weather events, of like, maybe this will be the thing that gets more and more people to pay attention, and gets more and more people to be assertive or more aggressive about taking action. Of like, hey, I don't want this 40 degrees Celsius weather, or I don't want my loved ones passing away from these extreme heat conditions. Hey, by all means, you are basically free to share whatever you want to share. So, I'm just going to read the abstract, and I'll probably cover this article more in-depthly. Climate change is primarily driven by human-caused greenhouse gas emissions. And note the statement, right? Like, this is a scientific article. And so they just outright say it. Like, climate as pretty much a fact. Or like, this is a description of reality. Of like, climate change is primarily driven by human-caused greenhouse gas emissions. But this is clearly a controversial statement to many people. largely people on the right, the political right, where it's like this is not a statement of fact. This is a controversial statement, where like there are many people who are still of the opinion that like we don't really know what's driving climate change. But like the evidence is clear. This is why these scientists pretty much explicitly stated climate change is primarily driven by human-caused greenhouse gas emissions, and may therefore be mitigated by changes to human behavior. Despite efforts to raise awareness and concern about climate change, greenhouse gas emissions continue to rise. Climate change seems to be at odds with the immediate present threats to which humans are adapted to cope. In contrast to immediate dangers, climate change is typically abstract, large-scale, slow, and often unrelated to the welfare of our daily lives. But there are moments when the consequences of climate change are readily apparent, such as extreme weather events. In the current paper, we examine the impact of personal experience with an extreme weather event and the impact of this experience on beliefs about climate change, and intentions to take actions that can help prepare for and mitigate the consequences of climate change. And I'm just gonna briefly go over the discussion or the conclusion. Let me just catch up with chat. I'm already hearing pastors and evangelists using this opportunity to blame the heat waves and fires on... Yeah, that's another story altogether. That is really difficult to wrap my head around. Guy at my work was talking about how he needs to check if there's been solar storms recently. He seems to think that might have caused the heat wave. Yeah, of course. Yeah. I just have no words for these types of things. I'm screen capping that one because holy shit, I worded that one finally. And no, I personally don't mind if you tweeted that part of chat. Here's the religious, or more accurately, fear-mongering disguised as religion. Logic being gay is a crime in the eyes of God. God sent us these heat waves to lock them in their homes. Yeah, that is the type of, as you say, logic of those who are typically religious. Or like, as you say, fear-mongering disguised as religion. I think that's also probably a more accurate statement. So like, what does it conclude? In a unique, repeated measures design, we examine the experience-perception link of climate disasters and conclude that experience matters. Experiencing the Hurricane Irma intensified Floridians' negative emotions toward climate change, strengthened their beliefs in that Irma was actually caused by global warming, and fostered a willingness to sacrifice to reach environmental solutions. So, again, this is maybe some sort of bright side, or maybe some sort of positive that will result from these extreme weather events. Of like, hey, it seems like for some people, especially like maybe certain people in Florida, they needed to experience Hurricane Irma and all the devastation associated with that for them to kind of like be shocked into taking global warming and climate change seriously. And then not only recognizing that it's a problem, but it seems like based off of this paper, that there was a willingness to sacrifice to reach environmental solutions. So like that's also, if that holds true in other scenarios, like I would say that's great. If people are willing to make the sacrifice, and they're able to afford that sacrifice. Oh, well, thanks so much, Boy Meets Mini, for passing by. Much appreciated. Always grateful. Take care of yourself. And so like, yeah, with that, so Xeron, if you want to hop in the voice chat, anytime that you're ready. I'll be there waiting. But yeah, right now, gonna chat with Xeron. So Xeron has a number of topics that he wants to chat about. I think he has a nice sort of what seems like a game or like a structured approach to a chat that he wants to try out.
Hey there.
Hello, can you hear me?
I can hear you, yeah.
I can hear you as well.
Okay. So how are you doing? Apart
Uh,
from the crap, like you're yeah, if I
yeah,
actually have a foot injury like that, it'll actually be probably even worse. Like I'm careful about that kind of shit, and fucking injuries on your feet are terrible in general. But
yeah,
like
it's, again, in the grand scheme of things, I don't want to lose perspective. It's a minor thing, but, like, the fact that it's minor, like, it almost, like, amplifies it, sort of, to a certain extent, of, like, yeah, like, it, I don't blame
oh,
the healthcare system for not caring about my issue, because it's a
sure.
minor issue, but the fact that they don't care, means that it's gonna take forever to solve, perhaps.
I hear you. Yeah. I hear you on that, and I think like sort of people oftentimes will disregard their own minor problems. And of course, when it comes to healthcare, if you were going around screaming, "The healthcare system is broken in Canada because it's not helping my foot. We should be ignoring the COVID patients and doing this or blah blah blah," obviously that'd be losing perspective. But you have perspective, so there's no need to hold back on understanding that you're in pain, and that's not fun.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that.
Yeah, if you have perspective, no need to really be so cautious, I think.
Well, fair. I take your point, but I also have no problem like sharing that. I totally have some guilt associated with the fact that I paid for some doctor's appointments. Like I paid as much as like I'm against private healthcare and that like we never should have taken steps in Canada to privatize elements of healthcare. Like
Absolutely, I agree.
I still like when I was, my back up against the wall, when I was like searching for an appointment, when this initially started, uh, like I was like, oh, I can't get an appointment in the public system, and I'm in the fortunate position that I can afford this expenditure. I'll go private. As much as like I hate the fact that this system exists, I also feel guilty with the fact that like I spent to skip the line, and it shouldn't be that way, but I still participated in it.
I think that kind of reminds me in a weird way of tax fraud. And I'm not saying you committed tax fraud or
No, I know.
anything morally equivalent, but I'm saying like that there was this guy, I think it was like related to Robert Reich. I was on Wikipedia, sometimes I go in a deep dive about a specific topic. It's in fact how I learned quite a bit about how ABA is profit based, and that can get really fucked up. But not getting into that like an on the healthcare side of things, just firstly the tax equivalent. There was this guy, I remember, it was like a sort of semi-left-leaning person in the US, social democrat, worked alongside Robert Reich, if you ever heard of him.
Yeah, great economist.
Yeah, he's
Absolutely.
great. And I actually knew about him from College Humor because his son is one of the main figures in College Humor, like that show. Well, not show, but Anyway, so he had committed tax fraud, this guy, not Robert Reich, but a friend of his, and had essentially been caught for it. He had to pay like $150 fine. Sorry, $150,000 fine, I think, because it was major tax fraud. And he went on social media and decided to make this about the social issue itself, and said like that everyone who is in sort of, I guess, what do you call it, the bourgeoisie? I don't like using those terms, but someone who's rich enough to be considered part of that club, someone who has what's the word? Someone who has like that safety net, but it's not a literal safety net. It's like a safety net of other rich people. Anyone who
Yeah,
has that will be taught how to evade taxes. It's literally, people will like help you with that. It's this weird kind of class solidarity, but like not in
absolutely.
the kind of way that you want. And so through that, he's essentially says with taxes, I was told you can lose money or you can save money, and the amount you're doing doesn't matter. So these are like, we forget sometimes that rich people are people, even if we glorify them to a deity level sometimes. And so they're going to take advantage of that. Same thing goes there's also a lot of casual racism that takes that very same ethical way of doing things, because I like to get into ethical philosophy or
Sure.
moral philosophy. That people will take an action that is convenient to them because people, at least a lot of the time, are inherently selfish. At least, of course, there's altruism, but that is basically a moral value, so it still is coming from the self.
Yeah, you're not
And
wrong.
I'm not arguing that everyone's selfish. I'm just arguing that the concept of selfishness versus selflessness might be flawed in that way because they all come from the same motivation.
Uh, yeah,
But when it comes to the tax thing, and when it comes to healthcare as well, you're utilizing something that exists as a system, not because you morally agree with it, but because it is necessary in your personal life. And everyone, I think, even if they are sort of indoctrinated into what I believe is a money cult, essentially, much similar to Scientology, just on a more subtle level, believe that they are so insignificant and recognize it still, so they're willing to participate. But in the end, they're not necessarily insignificant in it. It's just that they have no power to actually stop it. So if everyone stopped participating, for example, in privatized healthcare and said, I don't like this, I'm going to survive either way, I'm going to stop doing that. If every single person who has the ability to skip lines stopped skipping lines, of course we wouldn't have that anymore, because there'd be no sort of financial imperative for companies to provide that service.
Yeah.
The thing is, you're not going to prevent that no matter what you do. That's even an argument that meat eaters use, is that, am I going to stop the production of meat? No. So people get stopped in that futility that only exists because of how many people there are, and because we're taught that we have power as an individual when we don't. And I think I don't blame anyone for actions they take on an individual level that are related in a strong, sort of tangible way to capitalism, because the fact is we use it to, of course, encourage our own behaviors, I think, unethical ones. Not to argue that it's necessarily very unethical, but it's maybe mildly unethical to take advantage of privatized healthcare, because it does probably lead to a slight harm. I'm not sure how much. It's still going to happen anyway, but in the end, it's very difficult to continue feeling that shame when it's not really going to provide anything. So I think when it comes to those kinds of actions, the best thing to do is just say, I'm benefiting from this, I probably shouldn't, and I'm going to oppose it despite my benefiting, and allow that that cognitive dissonance to exist, because that's the best way to do it. If you try and solve that more cognitive dissonance, your options are to solve the healthcare system, to solve your actions, or to let it be. And I think the only real option is to let it be, or to simply completely stop doing the action, which would have led to the worst results for you personally.
Yeah.
Kind of makes sense?
That's pretty much I've sort of resigned myself to like living with that, decision. I'm like, yeah, I don't feel shame associated with it. And like, I don't, and like, there's certainly a part of me that like when I was, confronted with like, oh, do I go public or do I go private? Like in my mind, it was for me sort of a personal ethical dilemma of like, this system should have never shouldn't exist in the first place. But right now in this moment, like, yeah, it works to my advantage. And even though like I attempt not to analyze things through the lens of like, oh, this is to my advantage and therefore I will do it. But given the fact that it was like a health related matter, not that justifies it or anything, but like, yeah, I have resigned myself to pretty much, as you said, like living with that cognitive dissonance. And I have no problem, like, if someone wants to characterize me as a hypocrite, I will take that happily, in this instance of me attempting to deal with this minor health issue, and that I'm in the position to, take advantage of some aspects of the private system. Like, yeah, I'm totally a hypocrite when it comes to that, and it doesn't feel good.
I understand. I don't really think I could morally characterize you that. Firstly, because I actually have a lot stronger criteria for hypocrisy than the average person, because I think it's barely possible to not be a hypocrite in this world without legitimately limiting yourself to the extent that you will never cause any change in the first place. Of course, not in the way that you're speaking of. Like, that's like, I think firstly, what you're experiencing, I think, is something that people don't really characterize as privilege, but actually is. And I don't think it's like analyzed in the same way that, for example, racial bias is analyzed. Of course, racial bias is very useful to analyze, and the class bias that I think comes with the ability to make that decision, because you're allowed through your sort of financial means to make that decision of, am I going to take advantage of this? And most people might just, without a second thought, take advantage of it, which is more passive. But then you have to decide, will I utilize that privilege, which is an economic one? Is kind of, I think I couldn't call it hypocrisy, because there is, like, you ever watched The Good Place?
No, but it's on my list of like, I always pass by it on Netflix. I'm like, oh, this is on my list. I want to get into it because I hear good things, but I have not watched it yet.
I can give you a very minor spoiler. It's literally an interface spoiler.
I don't care about spoilers. Like, spoil away.
It's still a very minor spoiler for everyone in chat as well. There's essentially, it's described as a ranking system for people in heaven and hell. That, like, it's like karma points, more or less. And
okay.
a somewhat of a plot feature in the entire show is that it's very complex to decide where you are through points. Like if you eat a vegetarian sandwich, for example, you gain like 3 points is the whole idea. But eventually, in the show, they realize it is literally impossible to get enough points to really like to get high on that scoreboard, I guess. I'm not going to talk about the implications of the plot, but I will say that that basically the reasoning for this is because of the complexity of morality in the world. That if you buy a tomato from a store, a grocery store next to you, now you bought it because of convenience, so that does apply into your motivation, which is part of morality. Then you've actually contributed to fucking slavery is the thing, and so you might lose, let's say, 100 points. Now, how in heck are you ever going to avoid buying tomatoes if you want to eat healthily? Like, is that a negative action to want to buy tomatoes? And what about the ignorance involved? So I try not to make the prescriptive element of morality unless my action is clear enough, because the complexity of that, it's like buying a tomato is legitimately more complex than, for example, I don't know, than stealing someone's car. It's strange that it works that way. But through that, like, I'm not trying to argue that like that makes any action. I'm not trying to argue like the moral relativist angle of, oh, I can do whatever I want. I don't believe that at all. What I'm more saying is that it is the system that creates that moral boundary that you have to cross. And whether or not you have the choice to make that moral boundary depends on your power, essentially.
Yeah, and I don't disagree with your assessment, right? Like, I think there's like there's a hard line or difficult line to walk of like, you know, at least in my mind, you know, the common sentiment is, and I think there's an element of truth to it, of like, yeah, there's no ethical consumption under capitalism, right? But then I think there's a little bit of a flip side of like, but that doesn't mean that, you know, you can't make at least some you should still maybe make an attempt to be mindful of like, you know, where can you improve, and that like you're not completely powerless, but also recognize that like, yeah, no matter what, you are probably contributing to something negative no matter what you consume. But that doesn't.
Are you contributing though? Because there's like, based on the law of just general laws in the United States and Canada, I'm going to use Western law because this likely applies to most nations in the world though. If someone puts a gun to your head and says murder this person, and you decide to do so because the gun is to your head, while the gun is to your head, you are obviously not culpable, right?
So gun to my head, I'm
yeah, it's loaded. You know that you will die if you do not perform the action.
Actually, at least for me in my framework, which if you want me to expand upon, like,
yeah, of course. I'll expand the scenario before and then you'll expand your framework. How about that? I think that might work.
Sure. Okay. Like, I would sort of hold accountable the person that pulls the trigger, like the victim of, you know, the gun to the head.
What if the person was sedated? I'm imagining they were roofied. They are currently under the influence of a drug that they did not intend to consume, and they were also put under threat of dying. Can you now hold the person accountable?
If you're talking specifically about a roofie,
I'm not a roofie. I mean, sort of along the lines of like, I'm sorry, I'm not an expert on drugs, even though I do.
No, but I think you're alluding to like some sort of like cognitive impairment, or like a substance that like, you know, pretty much affects their
something, the kind of drug that legally is considered cognitive impairment, and if you did not intend to take it or did not have a responsibility of taking it, then you are considered not culpable legally. Of course, I'm mixing legality and morality here, but I'm more trying to find out where you're late in the scenario.
Yeah, no, I take your point. And so like, yeah, in that case, like, you know, if someone is, you know, quote unquote perfectly sober, and then, you know, they have a gun to their head, saying, hey, unless you shoot this other person, I'm going to shoot you. And like, yeah, if they shoot that other person in order to save themselves, I would view them as morally culpable. But with your addition of like basically a mind altering substance or like a judgment altering substance, then like I probably wouldn't hold that person morally culpable in that scenario.
Okay, now let's imagine that it's slightly altered, so there's no chemically altering substances, because that part is relevant later, but this is sort of a thought experiment I've talked about with some of my friends as well, and it's always produced varying results. Now there's no drugs involved here, the same scenario, gun to your head and offering to kill, and he also offers you $1 million. Now, if you don't do it, you will almost certainly die. There is a chance of you escaping, but it seems unlikely. Basically, he has the gun to your head. You are unlikely to survive. If you disagree, there is of course always a certain likeliness. It's not as though it's certain, but if you do kill a person, you get it. He is giving you $1 million, tax exempt, and the person that, basically he wants you to kill someone for $1 million. If you don't, he will kill you. He has made that clear. I don't know why I'm being so descriptive with it. It's pretty
no, that's fine. Not a problem, and nothing to apologize for. So, like, in addition to the drug, now there's
no drug in this scenario.
There's no drug in this scenario. Oh, okay.
This is the original scenario plus $1 million. So essentially, it's one person will almost certainly die either way, and if you kill the person, you are also given $1 million from this person you're likely to be able to spend it however you like, assuming that he doesn't get caught. And if he gets caught and you get caught, that's essentially a moral equal. So if you murdered someone, you both get caught. There's no determining whether you will.
Yeah, so that's sort of what I had in mind with my original answer of perfectly sober, and they choose to shoot the other person to save themselves. I would deem them as morally culpable, even with the addition of whatever X amount of financial reward, quote unquote. I would hold them morally culpable.
Okay, so I'd argue that you're at you're sort of taking a deontological point of view, along the lines of Kant, that there is a moral value to taking a life which is greater than the value of the life itself. Would you agree with that?
That's an accurate assessment. The deontological argument is pretty much what I'm relying upon in this scenario.
Okay, I'd say that argument is I use deontological frameworks. I'm not a utilitarian, definitely not a rule utilitarian, maybe consequentialist. I don't have a completely accurate label, but I would say that imagining now, what does $1 million do essentially? If the person who is the murderer, they're not exactly likely to use it in ethical ways. Now that's sort of a non sequitur, but it's kind of quite likely. And if you have the ability, for example, you have the person who has done this, the person who has committed the murder, it's already happened. In this case, you're not the person who is committing the murder, or who has been forced to, essentially. Then they are able to save a person who has cancer, essentially like experimental drug treatment. I don't know why I'm choosing cancer. I'm imagining maybe more on the lines of a life-saving surgery. I shouldn't be bringing in the idea of experimental cancer drugs. That's sort of
but I take your point of with now access to these resources, they can probably save multiple lives. Is what I think you're getting at, right?
Because of the guilt. Now, the motivations, it's not necessary to build character into this, but I'd imagine that the motivation for doing so would be guilt, at least partial.
Flavor country.
So the motivation being, firstly, the motivation to kill the initial person is, firstly, I'm going to get $1 million, but more importantly, I'm going to almost certainly 95% chance die if I do not. And essentially, so one life dies and several might be saved. How do we handle that framework, and how would you morally judge this person? You would be considered the judge of morality for whatever reason.
Yeah. So here's where again it gets into which I have no problem with, but it gets into the weeds of I'm clearly we can just even use I'm the person in this example, I'm the one with a gun to my head, and so it's I am not privy to that information, in terms of I don't know, for example.
Well, you are a judge, so they are most, if they admit their guilt, which in this case we imagine that they have to admit their guilt to you, they might also explain their motivations. And because they're motivated by guilt in the end, in this case, I know this is a very specific hypothetical, but it's leading to something pretty important, I think.
Well, so essentially I would rely on the argument of the ends don't justify the means. That even if there's the quote unquote greater good, the greater number of lives saved, I don't think that's enough justification for me personally in my framework.
Would you believe me if I said that the very framework you're using there is inherently classist?
Yeah, I can see that totally. Because I think I understand sort of totally, this is the example that you're bringing up. Like, it's a microcosm that plays out at a societal level, which I can see, and at a class level. But if you want to expand upon that, like, by all means, go for it.
Is a person at fault for the I'm not going to say sins, but harmful, malicious acts of those who are their parents? Like, if one's father is, for example, was a Confederate soldier and one is born, they have nothing to do with the Confederate Army, they never choose to. Are they in any way morally culpable?
Well, if you're talking about specifically that example of, like, yeah, their father was basically a war veteran, and that is not connected to how this child was raised, then no, they are not morally culpable. As in, yeah, the sins of the father in that scenario, there's no sins there.
Okay. If a person, now we're bringing this to the modern era, an oil baron, so to speak, I don't know why I'm saying so to speak, it's just oil baron's a weird term to use, has a son, and when this oil baron dies early of a non-preventable illness, like let's say they die in their 40s, the child is about an adult at this point, and they give an inheritance of $17 million. I do not know why I'm choosing that figure.
That's fine.
Do you believe that the person is morally culpable to do anything specific with that inheritance money for the acts of their father, which of course led to this money being concentrated with them?
Yes. I would say, again, in my framework, and I'm not saying like this is whatever, some sort of perfect framework.
Describing yours.
Yeah, but so I'm generally of the opinion that, you know, if you are financially wealthy, you kind of have a moral obligation to, you know, do something with that wealth, and if anything, not spend that wealth solely on you yourself. I am. You can characterize me to some extent as an effective altruist, as in, like, if you have like crazy amounts of excess income and wealth that you kind of like don't know what to do with, you are kind of like morally obligated to either like give it away or start, you know, quote unquote, doing good things for society.
I would argue, personally, in the case that the person then donates 50% of that wealth to charity. Now, we're not talking about morality anymore. We're talking, I think you said effective altruism, right?
Yeah.
What if in this case the altruism is not effective? Because I'd argue, in the majority of cases of giving away money, it is done for several reasons. Firstly, of course, PR. And not saying all rich people are selfish. I'm saying that there's a design to nonprofits.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, absolutely.
It leads to selfishness. And it also, there is the tax loopholes. For example, if you set up a foundation, not a specific type of nonprofit, often done by billionaires, and you are essentially told by the government, this is a tax exempt shelter because you're not using it to make profit. You have to use at least 5% of your total resources every year. The tax rate is, regardless of the nation, except for maybe a few nations used as tax shelters, is above 5%. You are inherently making money off of this.
Yeah, so that's the thing. I answered that sort of in a vacuum of, like, again, I'm not only am I operating in my framework, I'm also operating in my sort of idealized society without taking into account reality. Like, I understand the reality in terms of like how charitable donations function, and I'm all in favor of changing those things, as in, like, it's not a tax write-off, it's not a PR thing, and like totally there are like absolute garbage charities, and there are basically good and bad charities, and like, yeah, you do have to do your due diligence, and I'm not saying charity is the solution to everything, and I'm not even saying that charities, you know, in my idealized society, like, charities wouldn't exist, right? I think that holds true for, you know, I guess everyone's idealized society, but you know, given that at least there's some limitations that have to take into account in terms of, like, charities exist, they're a reality, and they are very much imperfect, but there are good charities that exist, and so they can be utilized to do good things. But also at the same time, to maybe, like, if I were a billionaire, even though, like, I have no aspirations to be a billionaire, but like, then if I'm in that position, like, I would say it's incumbent upon me to, like, if I recognize that charities are like bad, or like there's no good charities, then it's incumbent upon me to, like, use my resources so that I can actually, like, you know, basically build the infrastructure such that I can effectively use my resources for the public good, as in, like, if I was interested in building public housing or housing for the homeless, like I would just start basically, a non-profit construction company, and like you are just tasked with like building this housing for the homeless, and like that's it.
I definitely agree with what you're saying, although I think it honestly is a non sequitur. In the literal sense of it doesn't necessarily follow what I was asking, because that's an entire. Firstly, I agree that I didn't really clarify that we are speaking in a vacuum here, and that the implications are not in a vacuum, which means that we have to make that jump, right?
Yes,
So
I agree with you.
So let's start by making that jump. If we then jump to reality, where it is a far more complicated, and I think that firstly, I have done pretty intense research, probably about to the level of what you do in half a stream, to be honest, because you do a lot of research yourself. But I've done pretty severe research, and I have seen a lot of content for probably about 50 hours relating to nonprofits and history of them, especially with Ronald Reagan. It's absurd. But the nonprofit industrial complex and the ways in which it actually might produce more harm than it's not even a neutral moral action, in my opinion. Through what I think I've reached an effective conclusion with that. But the good charities, bad charities is also a side thing. I don't really. I'd argue that essentially mutual aid in the building of dual power systems, like a dual power system being similar to what the Black Panthers had done. They created an organization that inherently disobeyed the state because they owned firearms, and they were not allowed to own firearms, partially because the NRA and other supposedly supposedly groups supporting the Second Amendment and supporting gun rights had specifically petitioned presidents. I don't remember which president to allow for gun control in the state where the Black Panthers were. There's a lot of history to gun control's roots being specifically about disarming the Black Panthers.
Absolutely,
because
yeah.
the U.S. was terrified of this group, and honestly, for good reason. Not to say that like, oh, the Black Panthers are evil. It's not a moral judgment. I'm literally saying that from the perspective of the state, the Black Panthers were the greatest threat the state has ever faced, I'd argue, because it is an internal group that disobeys the state and is willing, and in fact could have reached a lot more people if the propaganda and the assassinations towards the Black Panthers were not so successful. They were successful because you get scary men with guns that disagree with what you've been taught your entire life. You're going most likely to be scared, and if you're scared, you reach to whatever you have that's normal. That's like, I think that I can't blame people, for example, being affected by propaganda. I do not believe that I can blame people for most actions, which makes morality very, very difficult to use. And I'm sort of trying to argue that I'm not saying that my moral framework is useful. It's not an argument between moral frameworks here. I'm arguing that your moral framework and mine are both made completely useless by the complexity of reality. That if we speak about the absolutely, well, I don't know if it's necessarily an absolute considering the drug induced, but assuming there is a free choice to be made, even if that choice involves your death or someone else's death, that being the very simplest way to frame this, and you specifically causing the other person's death or the death being caused to you, that you would always, morally at least, stand by that the person should allow themselves to be killed, or at least, well, you never said that they shouldn't try and escape. I think that's pretty obvious that it's morally okay to try and escape being killed.
Yes, I would agree with that assessment.
Yeah, so that's, but essentially that it's not about the chance of you escaping versus them, it's more a deontological view. I think that when we apply that to the real world and to the massive complexities of the real world, we cannot even begin to look at the exceptions and rules of this. We apply this, for example, to crime, robbery. If one looks at robbery from this perspective of a libertarian, or from the perspective, more accurately, of what we are taught as a default, that theft is wrong because you are taking what is owned by someone else. Now, if we firstly just put this in a somewhat of a vacuum, even involving the real world, and say a person needs something to live, should they steal it? The classic Les Miserables, Jean Valjean. Have you seen that film?
Yeah.
Really good film.
Mm-hmm.
But of course, needing to eat and to steal something is, by most people's opinion, okay if you completely need it to survive. Now, people will like that film itself is inherently really, really messed up. I think from a perspective of it doesn't necessarily justify him being there, but it portrays a thief who only steals firstly to eat and then later on steals silverware for someone who completely afford it as someone who needs to redeem himself throughout his entire life. And he is essentially baptized and taught, redeem yourself through suffering. And he does suffer. And the whole story, taught by Victor Hugo's perspective, he is prescribing that morality, that the same morality that you have set, of course, replacing theft with murder, which makes it, in my opinion, your statement is far less controversial to a leftist. Victor Hugo's statement what would be incredible. Like Victor Hugo's Les Miserables is incredibly controversial from a leftist perspective. Maybe not literally, but if we're taking it like at face value, the statement made. Now, we apply this again on the level of the modern day, needing to eat. It's not just about eating. There are other things that are human rights because they are needs, or at least be described as human rights. They might not be treated as such, like in terms of de facto.
Absolutely.
But if we look at all things that are human rights, for example, shelter. So if we're looking at what does it take, in what case is a moral or more specifically an illegal act being made to get shelter, to get that, that's I believe the term, what is the term again? There's a term for living in a place where you're not allowed to. Squatting.
Oh yeah, okay, yeah. Pretty much, yes. Yeah, that is the term.
So firstly, there's squatting, there's stealing food, there's stealing other things that are necessary. Like if you somehow manage to steal an air conditioner, not very easy. I don't think anyone's ever tried it, or at least not very often. If someone steals an air conditioner from a company because they need that to survive, theoretically, in a place that is warm enough, that is the same as stealing food.
Yeah, I don't disagree with what you've outlined here. As in, given the circumstances, given the context, if I can totally see it as understandable of if you are in a place of extreme heat and you literally don't have the means for an air conditioner, I wouldn't blame any person that steals an air conditioner in that context. That is an understandable scenario, at least to me.
From a biological perspective, how strong is the will to live?
I don't think biology has anything to say about the will to live, other than that.
Well, from a personal perspective, then sorry.
Sorry, say that again.
Like the will to live, for example, in a survival situation, as I initially outlined.
Well, it sounds to me like you're looking for something that's quantitative, as in 70%.
Not necessarily quantitative. I just mean do you believe that it is actually possible, even for you, in your scenario? I guess I'll make this more personal because I don't really. It's not a factual thing. It's not asking you to prescribe reality. I'm not. In none of this, I'm actually trying to prescribe reality, except for the prescription that many people do effectively need to commit crime. I do prescribe that much. The rest, I'm not necessarily prescribing on reality. But asking you personally, do you believe you would literally be capable of letting yourself die, or at least not taking the action that would preserve your life when it comes to the scenario of being killed or committing the murder that you have been forced to commit, which legally is not considered murder in this case?
Right. So I have my answer, which I will share, but that'll be couched in as I think everyone knows, you don't really know how you'll respond to a scenario until you're in that scenario, right?
Yeah, I agree.
But I don't think I have anything even in the ballpark that would resemble that. I would like to think, okay, and this might be just an ego-driven answer for sure, I would like to think in that scenario I would be able to die for my principles, as in if I'm holding that person that in that scenario that you gave of hey, gun to your head, you gotta shoot someone, kill someone to save your life. I would like to think I would be able to live up to the own values that I'm espousing and say, hey, I will take the bullet in that scenario. I would like to think that, but I obviously have no idea. I might just be a huge coward.
Well, I don't believe I don't believe it's cowardly to say that you would not kill this other person. I don't think there's really any definition of cowardly, except for the most toxically masculine forms of the idea of cowardice, that killing that person is cowardly, or that not killing that person is cowardly, or that your answer is cowardly.
No, I would say I was using the word coward as in I would, if I end up shooting that other person,
In de facto, yeah.
Yeah, I I would probably view myself as cowardly in that scenario.
That's interesting. So the biological, like I think that we don't often acknowledge that humans are incredibly complex animals. We are animals, and that's the part that I'm focusing on here. That there is that we don't blame, for example, a panther for eating meat because they're carnivores. Of course, that now if a panther was suddenly given the brain of a human, would you expect it to not eat meat and to let itself starve?
Sorry, say that again.
Have you ever read The Island of Dr. Moreau?
I haven't read, but I watched the bad movie of it with Marlon Brando
Okay,
and Val
so
Kilmer.
I have not seen it yet. I really should.
It's
let's
not
just
great.
let's just use the framework anyway. I'm just using that as like a background framework for this. That somehow some man has implanted a human brain into a carnivorous animal and has made that animal as intelligent as a human, is morally capable. And this animal now has to decide: am I going to eat meat and kill something and live, or am I going? And it would be a lot of murder. It'd be essentially mass murdering, at least in the brain of this human. Now, let's assume that they lived as a human and then they were transplanted. Like, the person has a car accident at the age of 20, then their brain is implanted into a carnivorous animal. They have to now decide: am I going to consistently commit murders for the rest of my life?
Yeah.
Or am I going to die? Slow, painful death by starvation.
Right. So, and here is where I think so. I can attempt to transport my brain into a carnivorous animal, like, a lion.
Let's imagine in this case that the person was transported forcefully. They did not sign up for it. They died in a car accident.
No. Well, if it's myself, I wouldn't want to be in that scenario. But so, and here is where it's like I have to use my imagination. But like, this scenario I think comes with baggage, or at least for me, baggage of like, can I, if I'm in the body, some body horror movie, and like my brain's in a lion, like, do I think I have the ability to like bite into with my teeth and taste blood of whatever, an antelope or a zebra? I don't think that that's in me. Personally, given what I know about myself, like, do I? Because like, the lion brain is not there. It's my brain. It's sort of like me imagining me now. Like, if I just had, just crazy canines, do I think I could bite into the flesh of another animal? I think
you would have the animal's canines. It's not your head being transplanted to
No, I know, but like, that's the thing. The behavior would be driven by my brain. Like, it's just me. Yeah, it's still me, right? Like, and so like, do I think I have the capability of biting flesh and drawing blood and killing another animal? I don't think that's I think I'm probably too cowardly, even if my survival depends on it in that scenario.
I think the bigger challenge, like, you're stating the apparent difficulty, and there's a difficulty here, definitely, of being able to bite into another animal's flesh like that, or like an animal does, or in another case, to kill another human to save yourself. However, I think it would take in almost exponential amount more, like exponentially more difficult to let yourself starve to death.
Let's just say, I obviously haven't starved to death, but I've been in pretty starved like conditions.
Dieting?
Pardon me?
Are you relating to dieting here?
No, not forced dieting, as a result of being hospitalized for my disease, and saying doctor's orders like you can't eat anything for like the next 2 weeks. Pardon me?
Sorry, if I might ask, how long was that?
I have literally gone without eating anything by mouth for 2 weeks.
Were you provided with essentially nutrition by injection?
TPN, total parenteral nutrition, being fed through my veins, basically.
And was it enough to sustain you?
Yeah, like it was enough to sustain me.
Well, on a biological level, obviously, not on the psychological level. And what was it like just personally? It's horrible.
Yeah, so so here is where it's like, as a result of these experiences, like my hunger cues are just like all over the place. Like, my relationship with hunger is like virtually like non-existent at this point. Like, and so, for me, starvation conditions, like, I don't have the experience of, like, you know, oh, this is, this results in significant suffering. Like, that's sort of like a baseline for me. Like, that's in my wheelhouse of, like, as a result of an intestinal obstruction, like, you're just not eating for 10 days. And you're just like, you know, I'm just receiving hydration, in a hospital. Or alternatively, like, since, you know, I just have no appetite whatsoever, like, I'm just being fed through, like, an NG tube. And so it's like, yeah, my relationship with hunger, is probably unique, or, you know, the less common experience.
I think, like, it kind of reminds me, there was a video by the food theorist. You know, you ever heard of the game theory?
The game theory? Yeah. Yes.
Like, no, I mean the YouTuber.
Oh, that I haven't heard of.
Okay, basically, there's a person online who pretty well known, popular, does videos. He used to do videos on movies and on games, basically providing theories and trying to talk about them in a somewhat scientific way. He also, I think, like 4 years ago, created the channel Food Theory. Now, he talks about theories relating to food and like nutrition and all that. He created a video about Mr. Beast doing trying to do 30-day fast, complete water fast. It's called.
Yep,
I think it's like the word is like a voluntary water fast. And he made it only 14 days out of 30. And of course, and one thing he talked about was you ever heard of refeeding syndrome?
Absolutely. That's something to be mindful of, like, if you've gone through long periods of no food whatsoever, like, you actually, like, binging on food, like, it is potentially life-threatening. Absolutely.
Yeah. So I think it's completely possible. I think, like, my knowledge is not biological. You're the biologist here. My knowledge is almost purely psychological and sociological, also philosophical. But when it comes to this topic, I'm speaking more in psychology. That when it comes to sort of like the psychology of hunger, there is a point at which if you are this animal now, you don't have the ability to, once you reach that level of hunger, you might not have, at least some people might not have that ability to decide, I am not going to eat for the end of this, because it would get increasingly, I believe, difficult and torturous. Now, at the stage where they have gone 14 days without food, and then they feast on this one animal, now they've, in their eyes at least, committed a murder, and then they slowly, or I'm not sure how exactly the death is, but they would most likely die of refeeding syndrome in some form. I believe refeeding syndrome applies to animals as well.
Yeah, pretty much mammals.
Okay, so, well, in this case, you're a mammal. I forgot to really designate that, but you're not like a bird in a scenario.
Bird brain, maybe, but not a bird.
Not a bird brain. You are definitely not. But, like, so in this scenario, there is a person might, and in my opinion, this would be the most likely scenario. If I had to bet what is the most likely percentage if this happens to 100 people and all transplanted into the same animal, generally same conditions, that the majority, I believe, even the plurality of people would die of refeeding syndrome. I'd argue.
Yeah, I can see that.
I believe a lot of people would end up dying to the point where they they are killed by this, because there'd be the pattern of, and of course it's a massive leap in judgment, and of course how much money I'd be betting that I might just lose, but like that the consequence would be two dead animals. Well, one dead person and one dead animal. If we're judging the morality of this based on whether you have a human brain or an animal brain. And so, is it possible to judge an animal for eating meat, do you think?
Is it possible to judge an animal? Sorry?
Is it possible to judge, for example, a house cat for deciding to hunt a bird?
No. Here is where it's like I will bring in sort of, higher cognitive functions. Right?
Please do.
Where it's like, I don't view cats as, generally speaking, they have a morality, and pretty much most animals do, but I don't really view them as full moral agents.
And what makes a human a full moral agent?
Yeah, that's an excellent question. And so it definitely requires, at least in my mind, okay, this is how I view it,
Of course, it's a theory, but you are qualified in some ways to express this theory.
Where it's like it appears that like morality or the ability to be a moral agent appears to be a spectrum, as in like we know, okay, in terms of our closest relatives, if we can characterize something as, let's say, simple as altruism, okay, is altruism a type of moral behavior? You might have a different opinion, but I would put that in the realm of like altruistic behavior is a type of moral behavior that we can display or carry out. And we know that other animals can behave in altruistic ways. Pretty much, sacrifice themselves for the sake of some either greater good or perceived greater good. So like we know that this behavior can span the animal kingdom. We know that primates can engage in altruistic behavior, and they very much have, it seems like, a moral decision maker in their brain that is not like 100% comparable to ours, but is approaching that. And so if I view it as a spectrum, as moral agency as a spectrum, which I do, then I would put cats sort of like on that lower end of like, they're not like fully realized moral agents, but they still have a morality. It's just like they can't engage in it to the extent that we can as humans.
Sorry, 1 second, I was just doing on sign.
No, that's okay.
I actually, this might be, well, this is definitely a pretty controversial concept. I believe, honestly, that I think it's morality in some sense might be not a cosmic accident. Like, I don't necessarily believe in the idea of coincidences, but not necessarily human nature, but the idea of guilt, of course, I believe there's a general consensus that this is evolutionary. That it relates to the need that we are social animals, right?
Absolutely.
And through that, now through the addition of society, which was in essence caused by the discovery of agriculture across human species, including Neanderthals. I don't actually know. Did Neanderthals? I do not believe Neanderthals ever became sedentary.
I don't. I'm not going to say with any high degree of confidence, but I believe you are correct.
Alright, just Homo sapiens, humans now. Well, we are Homo sapiens apparently.
Yes, according to Wikipedia.
So at this point of human development, we have society, we have all these factors that are so complex that sociology cannot be considered a science because, in my opinion at least, sociology, of course, is also considered subjective, but if we believe in truth when it comes to biology, and we believe that this applies, also, I'd argue the subjectiveness of sociology would come from the complexity, the undeniably, like, it's incredible, the complexity of that. So, again, if we apply you applied the idea of a mind-altering substance at the beginning of this, right? And this is where it comes back. Is hunger a mind-altering substance?
That's a totally valid question, right? Because I mean, at the end of the day, right? Like even the term itself, mind-altering. What does that mean, right? Does that actually mean anything? Is me being too hot mind-altering? Probably. Right? Because if we're just talking about, just changes in brain chemistry, well, virtually everything results in changes in brain chemistry, right? And so it's like, where's the line between something that's mind-altering and not mind-altering, right? That's very murky. And I'm not going to answer with any high degree of confidence, other than like, yeah, I view sort of like a drug, a psychoactive drug, as mind-altering, and I can see an argument in favor of like considering hunger or extreme hunger or starvation as mind-altering, for sure. Like clearly, okay, extreme hunger, starvation, it results in a psychological state, probably a fairly unique psychological state. I think that might be the more appropriate term.
Sure.
than mind altering. And
I
so
agree,
like,
'cause it's not a substance. Like, so in this scenario, I think there's two factors here that I'd also apply, like, because I'm relating this, of course, to both legality as the construct we have in the U.S. and Canada and etc., and and of course the fact that there is no real agency in being forced to have that transplant. So, like, if hunger is considered in this scenario, I believe that like the legality, for example, of being drugged and then committing an action while also under duress. If you agree that the initial murder we discussed about under drugs and under the force of that threat would not be legally or morally culpable. Now, if is that hunger that one would face after 7, 8, 9 days of forced fasting, would that be considered equal in some way to being drugged?
so, and here's again, it gets totally murky, right? And here's where it's like, I think it's difficult, if not impossible, to evaluate these things or scenarios in a vacuum, right? Because we're taking sort of moral agents like that have like no history. It's just like, human X, human Y.
Yeah.
But we know that, we don't, humans growing up, they have a history, they have a development. Even just take the most simplest example, right? Where, like, I think everyone knows, the marshmallow test, right? Where it's like, present young children with, 2 marshmallows, and you say you could have 1 marshmallow now, or like whatever, 2 marshmallows in whatever 5-10 minutes, and then for whatever reason, some children choose the 1 marshmallow now, and some children are able to wait that 5-10 minutes to get the 2 marshmallows. Where it's like, in every taking the most cold hard calculation, where like you're the perfectly rational agent, every child that understands the scenario should be able to wait that 5 minutes to maximize marshmallow eating. But there's a history.
Is a poor child less rational?
Well, I'm not going to say less rational, but that's it. That there's a history that to take into account, right? And you also have to take in, and you can bring in, their hunger state. Did they have a meal an hour before, two days earlier, right? And that's, and how have they been socialized? What is their development, right? Where it's like, what makes a child turn into, have the ability for delayed gratification, right? I don't think we fully know of like what allows for that delayed gratification.
Would I be correct in saying that that the results of that test are determined in some way, or at least it's a factor race?
Yeah, that's totally a variable at play. I wouldn't deny that.
And also, could it be divided by race? In like the average results throughout all these tests, divided by along the lines of races that are considered more privileged in terms of class, being white, and in some places in the world being Asian, and also races including like sort of Russian and or Irish, if we consider those to be variations on the white construct in parts of the world, in parts of history where they are privileged. So privileged races versus not those that are not, or white and black essentially.
Well, okay, yeah. So, race is probably a variable at play, but that probably doesn't explain the wide variation, right?
I'm not trying to simplify it into race. I'm trying to say that if a person wanted to simplify morality and rationality, in this case, the rationality of delayed gratification, there are people, and in fact, there are white nationalists who argue that things like that kind of test, and then they apply it to race and say that white people are more rational.
Yeah, absolutely, which is obviously ridiculous.
When we apply, like, I think even applying the morality of an action, there's an inherent through the lens of intersectionality and all of this immense, ridiculously complex additional stuff. Like, I'm just line here because
you broke up for about 5 seconds just now.
That's right. I think. Do you hear me now?
Yes.
I think one thing I would like to do is almost skip to the finish line on this and say, my opinion is honestly that morality as that construct is not viable.
Okay, and so what makes you, as in like morality doesn't exist, or like no one can be moral, or something else that I'm not understanding?
That if we are to speak from the lens of what can we do to make the world better, using morality in the way that it's applied is not viable.
Yeah, sure. I don't necessarily disagree with you, per se, if I'm understanding you correctly. Because like, you know, generally if you want, because like, yes, there's an interplay between like you desiring to be a more moral person or, you know, a better moral agent. But if you are not provided the means to exercise your ability to be hopefully a better moral agent, then like, you know, that's, I don't necessarily blame someone for that, right?
I sort of mean like along the lines of like just the general reality of it. And for example, the people that are I talked about like people being forced to be animals and to kill other things to survive and all that, and within a human brain, we can transcribe that more or less into reality and into situations where people are forced into crime by not only their family history, whether they are in poverty and all these factors, and to inherit millions of dollars through an oil mogul is judged by society not at all. A person that is born into incredibly unprivileged position and is unable to survive viably through the means that are considered legal and moral. And they also not to get into the fact that vegetarianism is a luxury.
Yeah, like obviously, I would never advocate for vegetarian or veganism for, you know, countries
not saying we do.
Ravished by famine, or like someone living in a food desert. No, of course not.
I'm not arguing that you are. I'm sort of saying that again, it's not an argument against your moral system. It's more an argument against morality in general. That if we, instead of doing what we've been doing through all of history and trying to apply personal moral systems and in the complexity of moral philosophy in general, I would personally discard that and argue that from the consequentialist perspective, I'm not a utilitarian. I do not go by numbers. Now, there are cases where I will. For example, I'd argue that 2 human lives is always more valuable than 1 human life. It's a very, very, very simple and and oftentimes even with the devastation of reality, 2 is more than 1.
Yeah, sure. I can more or less like get by that heuristic, and I more or less would operate under that same heuristic.
I think that's the only time where I'm willing to apply that utilitarian morality and where I'm willing to apply that absolute, because I think that, and this is from more the psychological, sociological lens of how I view things, that people are taught to torture themselves for actions that they commit that they should not be morally culpable for. Not legally, of course, but for example, all these ads that are oftentimes like telling people recycle, make sure to save the environment, when in fact people that do this are contributing in the least amount possible to preventing global warming, when this moral justification of make sure that you do this act that is moral, that is slightly inconvenient. Not to say that someone shouldn't do that. I'm not arguing to say we should all throw our trash on the ground. That's a bad idea. However, the idea of this moral construct even being justified by people constantly leads to that then consequence of companies getting away with this because their purpose is to use oil and to produce greenhouse gases and to contribute to climate change. That's literally the purpose of that aspect of capitalism.
Yeah, I agree with you. Like if you're referring to like greenwashing, humane washing, all the other types of sort of corporate washing that occurs in order to guilt a population and to absolve themselves of any responsibility of like, hey, it's not on us, it's on you. I agree with your assessment overall. But I would also like add in the caveat that like that doesn't mean that, you know, guilt has no role to play in other aspects of your life, and that like you should never feel guilty about anything, right?
Of course, I'm not arguing that at all. I'm getting close to where guilt comes into my argument, though, if you don't mind.
Yeah,
I think
sure.
I can actually bring up even just the general idea of what you're saying. I try to, again, sort of from a consequentialist point of view, which I consider deeply different from utilitarianism,
Sure.
because I'm taking in very, very long-term consequences, and I'm trying to essentially take in complexity and try and say, what is the best way to address complexity without simplifying it necessarily? And where I recommend is that I could discard. I believe people must discard morality and state and find principles that align. So of course, we're still going to have morality. It's very people who discard morality will oftentimes be incredibly sociopathic. I'm not saying to discard it entirely. I'm saying things like guilt, for example, are used as fuel by many people. Now, what it fuels is very, very different for every person. Some people may build themselves into self-resentment. For example, many people that are pedophiles will eventually lead. Well, like when they confess, there is a major amount of guilt, and they spent about half of the actual interactions, for example. And this is definitely a trigger for many people. I'm sorry, I should have said trigger warning for
this to apologize for.
Yeah, but about half of their discussion is them justifying themselves and saying, like, if you've ever watched Chris Hansen, you've heard of him?
Well, I've seen enough YouTube video clips To Catch a Predator that I know.
What you see so often is that people delude themselves because of that morality, and not, of course, the moral aspect of rape being completely evil is reasonable, and there's no reason to say there's no case in which a person is justified in doing so. So we get rid of the complexity of what is forced. It's not eating an animal. It is committing an incredibly malicious, incredibly damaging act, which I think is only rivaled in its moral evil by murder.
Yeah, but I think you used an interesting word there, right? At least to me, when you say, it's not forced, as in like in the context of my brain, in a carnivore, that's, quote unquote forced, right? And then like in the example that you gave, essentially a rapist, then it's not forced, right?
Unless of course we apply a predeterministic outlook, which completely invalidates every argument we've made.
No. Well, I would. So, if I just want to make sure I'm understanding you correctly. In that, like, yeah, I take your point that you are absolutely not saying like, hey, let's discard morality. But then, like, on that individual level, like, then, yeah, how does your morality?
What I'm saying is that I believe that morality, for people that, of course, the consequentialist outlook of like the action, it's horrible, and how does a person such as that, okay, I'm kind of getting off track. Okay, for people that we're not going to get into pedophilia, of course, discussing that's difficult, but when it comes to those that are general abusers, people that discuss sort of like that hurt their partners physically, is actually emotionally, verbally.
Yeah, sure.
Now, the majority of people are against, on a moral level, the action. And in fact, there's many people that are abusers and are sexual abusers who publicly state, I believe, at least with sincerity, that they would kill anyone who abuses their spouse. But they're doing it themselves.
Absolutely. Yeah.
And that issue, I think, comes from the morality of it, because rather than necessarily, people are always, at least the majority of people, I believe, are going to ignore morality when it suits them. And I think whenever ignoring morality suits you, you are going to do harm. I think that's
okay. So I want to clarify something. So in the examples that you brought up of like, yeah, these people, many people, who carry out intimate partner violence, but they'll say the words like, hey, intimate partner violence is wrong, and actually I would condemn anybody that carries out intimate partner violence except for myself, and that in the moment I will perpetrate intimate partner violence. So what you're saying is going on there is like, okay, well, this is just, humans, when it's convenient, they will discount morality. You're saying that's the mechanism that...
I don't even think it's a mechanism. I think it is a flaw in morality, not necessarily with humans. I think it's a flaw of morality.
No.
I'd say the human is definitely committing a moral act, and there's no case in which I wouldn't condemn it. I'm saying that morality allows, it's like a tax loophole in morality, that we are able to conveniently ignore it, and it's distorting. We are the makers of our own stories.
Well, okay, so I want to like clarify this point before we like. So then, I would ask the question: what is the difference between someone then who, you know, basically, I'm asking you, what allows for a person to discount morality as they're perpetrating intimate partner violence? What do you think is driving that? Because unless you're saying like we're all just, you know, potential intimate partner violence perpetrators.
Well, if we're looking,
because not everyone discounts it, right?
I'm not saying that. Okay, what I'm saying, of course, that is one of the higher levels of that cognitive dissonance is the answer. Firstly, the short answer is cognitive dissonance is what allows it, or at least the shorter road between stopping an action and finding a justification for it. Essentially, that is the reasoning. We find shortcuts in our brains. That's why all humans are vulnerable to this.
No, so you're just saying as a result of cognitive dissonance, that's what you are just, at least to me, just using a synonym of like.
What's the synonym of?
Well, you're saying like the ability for someone to discount morality as they're carrying out intimate partner violence. That it's the ability to, you know, generate cognitive dissonance that drives that. But then why is not everyone just generating cognitive dissonance? Like, why is not?
I think there's cognitive dissonance is, I use it as a buzzword sometimes. I'm going to try and just speak in more plain terms to make it, not because of you don't understand it, because I'm being
I'm just asking you the question to hopefully simplifies it. What's the difference between a person, okay, that commits intimate partner violence and then that doesn't commit intimate partner violence?
The difference, I'd say there are three differences. Firstly is their history, obviously. The history of, firstly, whether they've had abuse committed to them, which, again, is what is not morally culpable for.
Mm-hmm,
secondly is the circumstances of the abuse, of, like, the present moment. So basically past, present, of course, with the... And unfortunately, I don't get to do the Christmas Carol trifecta here. There's nothing relating to the future. Actually, there is. Actually, consequences is the third, I'd say. If we're looking from trying to get at a rational perspective, and not get into the more the lesser reasoning, I'd say the three rational factors leading to this is one's history, one's circumstances, and one's consequences.
Okay, so then I would ask the question, focusing on the past and the present. So, and you brought up an excellent point, as you probably know just as much as I do, if not more, that someone who has been a victim of abuse is also likely to perpetrate abuse. Yep. So then what do you think then, what results in that scenario of like, what is it about past abuse that drives future abuse?
Well, I think it's essentially one's reality is the only thing that they can rely on to examine the world. That's part of why the intellectual aspect of privilege is even a thing to discuss. It's, of course, the reality they're in, a person on the mountaintop, that whole example of they're not going to understand U.S. politics. Same thing goes in a way that we don't always acknowledge for people that have been abused. Their entire reality around parenting, or at least the reality that they consider normal, is the abuse. I can actually bring in a real life example of my mother who was abused. I'm not going to describe the kind of abuse, or it included physical abuse. And when she brought this, when someone saw the marks on her in her elementary school, she mentioned how she thought it was completely normal that everyone received this. Anytime she saw a mark on another kid, she thought that it was from their parents. She didn't bring it up because it was completely normal. Now, if she had somehow, and this would be unlikely, but if she had continued her life up until I was being raised and had never been told that beating your kid is horrible, and had never registered what the trauma from that was from, because there's no guidebook for trauma. You're not taught by your brain, oh, this is why you have trauma.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
You have to actually logically connect it. And so she would have been abusive towards me. I can guarantee that if she had never realized that she was abused, she would become an abuser. I think a lot of people that are abusers were never taught that they were abused.
As in, like,
not on the deeper level. They might have been told, oh, hitting your kid is wrong.
Yeah. So I want to focus on this point. So, like, yeah, what do you mean by deeper level? As in, like, at a surface level, like, they know that carrying out abuse,
intellectual understanding versus instinctual reality. Same thing. As
what do you mean by instinctual reality?
I mean the reality of what you are most likely going to do in a circumstance,
Yeah, but like,
based on everything coming up to that point, versus what you are going to say and believe you will do based on all the functions of your logical brain.
yeah,
So it's essentially what you mentioned with the scenario of shooting another person to save yourself. Again, it all comes back to that previous example where you of course, on the sort of the moral level, on all these other levels, you know that you would likely not do that. You know that, and it's the same as knowing that abuse is wrong, knowing that, oh, this is horrible to happen, but you don't actually have the experience, and the experience is far more driving, in my opinion, of, well, of course, not saying you, but this person in the scenario doesn't necessarily know that abuse is abnormal until they are taught and shown in connecting the dots of that reality that that's abnormal. I get a lot into this idea of what normal really means in talking about, like, for example, why so many people don't see the world we live in as dystopian.
okay, but again, at least to me, so it doesn't seem, at least I'm not really satisfied with your explanation in terms of,
Well,
like,
it might be a cop out. I don't know.
it's
I'll
like,
try.
so we're on the
Sort
same,
of to clarify.
and I just might not be understanding you. It might be, my fault, but like,
Don't worry about it.
so I totally, I
Fine,
totally
stop.
agree with you, that at a surface level, okay, at one level, the most superficial layer, you know, abusers know that, don't abuse, as in, like, pretty much striking anybody.
The prescriptive element, the moral prescriptive element.
Yeah. So then, what, what do you think is, like, driving them to override that surface level knowledge? It's like, they have the rule, right? The rule's in place. The policy is in place, right? The internal policy is in place. But then, as you correctly state, and I agree with you, that they override it. But I still don't see how you are again, I personally don't see yet how you are explaining it.
For granted, honestly. I kind of take that part for granted because I'm not an expert on abuse. And I don't necessarily want to be, nor do I necessarily believe that I ever will be. Part of it, the part that I believe applies to my framework and is most relevant, is it's the same way that lightning takes the fastest path to the ground. That humans, on a more basic cognitive level, take that shortcut and create a pattern. And in this case, that shortcut is to take the action that requires the least conscious effort, or at least unconscious effort. I think it occurs on an unconscious level.
Okay, so
it is more cognitively difficult to register. Oh, like, no one has an epiphany uncaused. No one has an epiphany without a trigger.
Okay, so yeah, so I agree with you. I want to unpack this. When you say unconscious level, well, like, what do you refer? Because there's a lot there, right? That's unconscious. Like, what are you referring to?
I'm not sure if I want to take the psychological route on this and try and explain it using terminology, or if I want to just say sort of the basic principle of it. I think I'll go with the principle of it. The principle of it to me is that our brain is not going to apply morality on the subconscious, on sort of the level that we consider to be an animal, essentially. Is not going to apply that. And with humans, pattern recognition, like the reason we can see a face in the cloud, in my opinion, is essentially the same reason that we have cognitive dissonance.
Okay, well, so I don't disagree with you there on that particular point. But here's where it's like, I will throw in my explanation.
Okay, please do. Yeah, sorry, it's hard for me necessarily to. I think I'm sort of hesitant because that's an area that I'm not actually super an expert on, and I don't necessarily, like, when talking about abuse and its implications, it is difficult to delve deep into that without being not confident in it.
Yeah, but and that's fair. And I don't necessarily have to go with the example of abuse. I can just
Go with any example, or go with the principle of what you're saying.
I can just distill it down, hopefully, to the basics of, like, when I pose to you, what allows a person of, like, to override their own policy. They had, like, using my own words of, like, they have the internal policy, like, it's on the books, like, hey, I shouldn't carry out this immoral behavior that I know is immoral, that goes against my own stated morality that I espouse. To me, that's where it's like I will bring in the emotional aspect. It's the emotions. It's the inability to regulate your emotions, to manage your emotions, that allows you to override your own morality. And to use your example, okay, and here's where it's like I will throw in my understanding of abuse, which I'm fairly confident on, as in like, yes, the majority of, let's say, extreme intimate partner violence, largely perpetrated by men, but it's often also reciprocal. But like, and there's totally, in many contexts, power dynamics at play. But like, in the moment, in the heat of the moment, you know, abuse or intimate partner violence, like it's usually in a heightened emotional state, and that heightened emotional state is like anger. And turns out a lot of people, largely men, they don't have the best tools in dealing with anger. And as a result of that anger, they tend to, and the inability to healthily deal with anger, they will lash out physically in the most, you know, kind of primordial or primitive way. Because like very often, as a treatment for intimate partner violence, anger management tools appear to be pretty essential, as in learning to regulate your emotions, learning to recognize your emotions, because turns out you can feel an emotion, and you aren't even aware of what you're feeling, as in like a human can experience anger, but they don't actually know that they're experiencing anger, because they just you know, just haven't been socialized in a healthy way. And it appears to be pretty important for human functioning and flourishing, that like to be able to just simply label your emotional states, to be able to say, hey, I am feeling this, and this that I'm feeling is anger. That appears to be critical for humans to do in order to regulate and understand your emotions. And so my answer to my own question of what allows someone to override their own stated morality, their own policy, is the emotions pretty much acting out, or the emotions getting out of control, because the individual doesn't know how to regulate their emotions.
And can we blame someone for that? Simply, can we bring in morality here?
So
it's always about morality, I think, in this case.
And I don't disagree. And so that's a complicated answer, which I'm more than happy to give my take, right? And here is where, okay, you rightly brought up that, you know, very often individuals with a history of abuse, or like have a history of abuse growing up, they very often can grow up to be perpetrators of abuse. And, you know, if you dive into the research, like individuals who experienced abuse growing up or have a history of abuse, it turns out, like, if you look at a neuroscience level, their emotional states, basically, abuse and having history of abuse results in deficits in emotion regulation, and the ability to manage your emotions. And that's where you have this kind of like, you know, generational abuse. It's just like you are, as a result of your parents' emotional dysregulation and them taking out their emotional dysregulation out on their child. Well, now their child also is emotionally dysregulated. And then they go out into the world, and they take out their own emotional dysregulation out on other people. And then just onward and onward we go. In, you know, the cycle of abuse. And here's where I'll bring it back. And so to answer your question of like, is someone responsible if they are emotionally dysregulated? You know, I don't know that I have a firm answer to that, right? Like, knowing that their inability to regulate their emotions largely stems from how they were raised by their parents, and they didn't choose their parents. They didn't choose the circumstances of which they are raised. It's difficult for me to assign like full responsibility. I would only assign responsibility if they recognize that problem, and most people don't recognize that problem. And to bring it back to like my example, where I tried to simplify it, of like that simple marshmallow example, largely speaking, what grants the ability for a child to delay gratification, as in say, I'm not going to take one marshmallow now, I'm going to take 2 marshmallows in 5 or 10 minutes. That is an emotional regulation process. And it turns out that the children who are better able to emotionally regulate, well, then they're better able to engage in delayed gratification. And that's why the ability to engage in delayed gratification and the ability to emotionally regulate very often results in predictive power. As in, I think most people know that like that simple marshmallow test like tends to be a decent predictor of like your ability to achieve academically, because it turns out the ability to achieve it academically also requires a certain amount of emotional regulation. And so it's like, it's just a transference of skills or a skill set of like, oh, in this context, I can emotionally regulate to get 2 marshmallows and delayed gratification. And then later on when I grow up, I can use this skill set to, obtain a higher education. And that's why it's like, I would boil it down to an emotional regulation process.
But you see, there's a scenario in which the ability, like similar to the marshmallow test, is there a scenario where delayed gratification can have a moral negative or a good? Well, more importantly, a moral negative. Is there a morally negative act that can best be avoided by having the ability to delay gratification? Because I don't think there really is, unless we are against hedonism on a moral level principally.
I don't know that I'd say. I don't know that I'd bring hedonism in the realm of morality. I would maybe more frame it as social responsibility.
Well, I don't mean hedonism in the sense of like specifically causing social unrest for the sake of being a dick. I mean like sort of the philosophical aspect of not really caring if you delay more gratification without taking it into like what I'm sort of saying is there like when it comes to abuse, is delaying gratification even relevant? For example.
No, but that I use that delayed gratification. Like, I'm just saying that delayed gratification is one of the outcomes of emotional regulation, the skill set of emotional regulation. It's not delayed gratification is the mechanism. It's the emotional regulation that's the mechanism.
I see where you're at. I'm really sorry. It's just really late for me. I think I'm sort of at the point in the day where my cognitive function starts to slide off.
Yeah, no problem. Nothing to apologize for.
I think sort of like I have a question. Like I'm probably going to go pretty soon, but I'm wondering like, and I'm sorry we didn't get into the whole 15 minutes per topic, but I'm starting to realize that that's going to be more difficult than I thought for me.
That's fine. Well, again, nothing to apologize for. And if you wanted to try that out at a later time, that's also fine with me.
I'm wondering, like, is there anything that you feel like sort of, have you sort of heard the arguments I used before, or is it sort of bringing anything new? Because I'm interested in like sort of where do you sort of see yourself going with, like, do you often think about sort of morality?
Absolutely. I've thought about it, pretty much all my life. Which is why, like, your scenarios aren't foreign to me. Although I have no problem saying that your scenario of transplanting my brain into a carnivorous animal, that is new to me.
Yeah, I created that one actually a few months ago.
Yeah, that's super clever and creative. And it definitely, like, I had to think of like, okay, yes, and it had to it forced me to use my imagination of like, okay, if I'm in this carnivorous animal, a lion or a tiger, I would have to engage in tiger-like behavior or lion-like behavior in order to feed myself. What does that entail? That entails like hunting. That entails like biting and clawing and tearing into flesh. I don't think that's in my skill set or wheelhouse, personally.
I think it's sort of like, I think the reason that I even bring it up is like that I even made that example is because I was sort of thinking about the difference between an animal and a human. I was like, one of those main differences is morality. So a moral question involving that difference is going to bring up a lot of things that we don't often answer, a lot of questions that we don't often think of.
Yeah, so, and here is where, I don't know, it seems like there's maybe a little bit of a difference of like, you, it seems like you assign morality strictly to the realm of humanity.
I generally do, yeah.
And I'm curious as to why.
Well, I try not to assign morality at all anymore. But when it comes to animals, like, are you talking about like sort of vegetarianism, or are you talking about like animals eating each other? Like,
Well,
I'm sort of like, what are you referring to by the realm of humanity in this case?
Yeah, that's fair. Well, so I guess it might be better to just like maybe put forth sort of my loose definition of morality. Just like morality just refers to, you know, how you relate and treat other other beings, and that at least for me that includes basically just animals as well, humans and non-human animals, as in like, you know, me on an island, morality doesn't exist. It's only when there's some other creature that morality comes into play. As in just like me stranded on an island with no other living creature around, or only plants, then I am not a moral agent at all in my framework.
In my framework, morality is essentially so basically it's, I'm sorry, I'm just trying to find the best words because I'm trying here. It is basically the way in which a person is willing to judge the value of an action that is not necessary for their survival. So, like, apart from how an action affects oneself, how it affects others. So, similar to how you say it, but I think it's also about the judging of a choice. I think is the most. It's part of sort of the game theory part of, and sorry, it's part of game theory and part of just choice psychology is the ability to decide between an action not just based on the immediate and later consequences, but also on how it affects something that you will not experience. So the impact on another's experience, really, the value of the impact on another's experience is what I call morality.
Yeah. In fact, I think you brought in probably something that I can incorporate into my own definition of like morality just relates to, you know, how your decisions or actions and behaviors affect other creatures that have a human experience, and that includes to me humans and non-human animals. As in, like, I think there are many animals in the animal kingdom that participate in the human experience, and that human experience is a spectrum.
I don't include morality as in like cultural judgments. Like, for example, there are people who believe that masturbation is wrong, and then that is a sort of a sin, I guess they call it. And who believe that's not a moral judgment. That's more of a cultural. It's essentially a prejudice, but not in the sense of like bigotry, but more in the sense of a social value judgment isn't actually based in morality, even if they call it morality.
Yeah, and I tend to agree with you as well. And if anything, like, yeah, masturbation's not even a moral question to me because it doesn't, like, that's the example of like, you know, me being on an island, like, who cares if I masturbate or not.
And I guess also there is the aspect of there are people who make the connection between an action that is hedonistic. That's why I brought up that word. I could have just said using alcohol. Alcohol is different. Like, alcohol could be considered wrong because it can lead to an addiction, which can lead to harming others, or it can lead to drunk driving. It's through the correlation, not through necessarily the act, if it's on its own. It's like people also make the connection between, for example, hedonistic actions and I think like sort of demonic culture, Christians would call it.
Yeah. And, you know, I have my own thoughts and feelings on hedonism, and I generally don't describe myself as a hedonist. And if anything, I tend to push back on it somewhat strongly. But yeah, I would still sort of, well, you don't have to answer if you don't want to. And like, yeah, if you have to go, and if you want to
Well, allow me to answer first.
But like, I still sort of have a difficult time understanding of like why you exclusively assign morality to like the domain of humans, and that like, are you saying that it doesn't matter how we treat non-human animals?
I'm not saying that. I'm saying that the reason that the actions such as eating meat and the moral the moral consequence, for example, the idea of morality coming from higher brain functions, I disagree with. I think morality is a construct, not anything that we can even consider slightly tangible, and I then discard it partially because of the consequences of it. Now, when it comes to eating animals as a moral or immoral action,
Well, no, like, it doesn't have to be like. I would
good.
just ask you, like, is it okay for me to just kick a dog?
I think no,
And so I would ask you why.
because you're committing a malicious act without any benefit.
As in,
Except for potential enjoyment if you're being a real prick, but
what makes it malicious though?
because you're causing harm intentionally for no benefit.
But I'm not causing harm to a human.
I know. That's not a factor in this scenario.
So, then
it is the act of causing harm independent of the animal or human. That of course, with the person, there's the added experience of the human. I'm not saying the animals don't experience pain. I have cats. I have had rats who are probably might be even more intelligent than my cats, and I'm not saying that it is okay. I'm not saying that it's okay to harm them on the aspect of them not having intelligence. In fact, I generally grade the fairness of judging harm to an animal based on not their necessarily intelligence, but their capacity for pain and their capacity for experience. Because the fact is, I believe that there will be immense harm done to animals throughout the world, and regardless of action, I do not know necessarily how to judge things like factory farming, for example. I consider immoral. Farming in general, me, I do not.
Yeah, but why? Like,
it's because I don't think I can assign a moral judgment to something that humans inherently do. Humans may be omnivores, yes, but most of us were not omnivores until we discovered the ability to be.
I was asking just more, why are you against factory farming specifically?
Oh, factory farming. Firstly, it contributes massively to global warming, which will kill everyone. So there's a pretty obvious moral aspect there. There's also the aspect of
sure.
There's also the aspect of the sort of non-sustainability is a thing that I can. It's part of why I support most parts of the animal movement. I do not consider the experience of at least most animals in general and as valuable in terms of morality as a human. In the same way that I don't judge, I'm not to say that I am not okay with the killing of any human ever, except for in the specific case that it prevents multiple murders. And I would also judge that generally in some cases regarding class warfare and such, but I'm not going to get into that bag of worms. I'm going to get firstly into the experience of a person. If a person is, for example, on life support and is in a generally vegetative state, as I call it, I would argue that if you shot them in the head, it would be significantly less morally horrible if we are to attempt to measure morality, which is part of the measuring of morality is part of why I'm against morality in general, but on a sort of consequentialist level. Of course, I still experience it. But when it's generally regarding the ability to experience pain and the ability to comprehend pain.
Right. So I agree with you there. But like, so circling back to like the original example I gave, which like, pretty much kicking a dog. Like, you view that as like, would you characterize that as immoral or like neutral, moral, not a question of morality? Like what? Basically, like, does that scenario, like, is that even a moral question in and of itself? I'm assuming you're thinking? Or you're on mute, maybe? Did I lose my connection? I mean, they're still here. It seems like they might have temporarily lost their connection. We'll wait 2 minutes. And see, yeah, but yeah, if they lost connection, then that's sorry that's the case. Because like yeah, I wanted to. I was curious. I'm really curious on Zeron's sort of moral framework. I'm also curious as to why it seems like they reserve morality specifically to the domain of humans. At least that's how I understand it. But I could be wrong. That's why I want to like clarify. Yeah, nothing to apologize for. Armories. They are, yeah, it seems like they lost connection. So they are Zeron Elite. They have a Twitter. Probably edit. Yeah. This lovely individual. Their background, they have a psychology background. Essentially. They are pursuing, well, they're open about it. I basically want to make sure that I'm not giving away any information that they don't want to give away. But they're open about this. Of like, yeah, they're pursuing their degree in psychology. But yeah, that's unfortunate. But I have no doubt that we'll have a future conversation. Whoopsies. Sorry about that. Okay, but yeah, I enjoyed that. I always love talking to Zeron, because like, yeah, very often, they bring up scenarios, and pose questions, that do, get me to think, and they bring in scenarios that I haven't encountered or thought of before. It's actually pretty rare, where I encounter a thought experiment, or a scenario that, you know, I haven't encountered before, and I have not encountered the thought experiment of like, oh, transporting my brain into the body of another animal. Now, basically, you know, I am now Corey in a lion or tiger. I don't think I've ever encountered or had that thought experiment posed to me, which was interesting. Okay, so where did I want to go? Yes, I know where I want to go. So I have my own thoughts of like, there's part of me that would like to be a cat, but I would probably have to like be a vegetarian cat if those things exist. And I'm pretty sure, if I remember correctly, cats are obligate carnivores. But maybe I can just get away with, you know, cat food. I don't know. But I would have a hard time, if not, it would be an impossible time for me, if my brain was transported into like a lion or a tiger. I don't think I have, I know I don't have any hunting instinct, and I'm pretty confident that I don't have the ability to like bite into the flesh of another animal. Like even just imagining it just kind of like makes me a little bit sick of like, you know, I'm hunting whatever, a gazelle, and like I'm chasing them down, and then like I'm biting into like their jugular, like, and like I'm tearing into their flesh. I'm tasting blood. I'm like, you know, biting in the bone without getting too gruesome. I don't think like my brain can take that. I would basically chicken out. And so that's why I would probably be the least successful lion or tiger. But yes, so what else I want to cover was this study here. It's in my stream title, another study on myocarditis. So I think everyone knows now that, yes, for the mRNA vaccines, depending on, your age, etc., and certain risk factors, oh, and Zeron, welcome. Welcome back. I'm sorry. I assume you lost your connection, or if you just got fed up with the conversation, that's also totally cool too. I would take no offense. But like, yeah, appreciated the conversation, and thank you so much for returning. But yeah, I think most people know by now that the mRNA vaccines, they carry a risk for myocarditis and pericarditis. Basically, inflammation of the heart muscle or certain heart chambers. And there's new research. This is new research that was published, I think, just last week. I'm gonna try and get the exact date. Accepted, yes. I don't know why they always make it difficult to track down basic info. Oh, okay, actually, no. It's right here on the side. July 13th. The heart tech approved for kids. I'm not 100% sure what you mean by that, Armories, if you want to clarify. 1 second. So this is a literature review, sort of going over more of the evidence about myocarditis. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. I'm hoping it's only temporary. And like, yeah, if ever you want to continue the conversation at a future time, always down, always a pleasure to talk to you. And many individuals in the vaccine hesitant camp always brought up this issue of myocarditis, as in, like, I'm not going to get the vaccine because there's this risk of myocarditis. And that is a real risk, especially if you're a young male between the ages of around 16 to 35, 40. That seems to be like the highest risk group for the mRNA vaccine. And so, they carried out a literature review to hopefully gain more insight into, what is the actual risk of myocarditis? What is some of the, what are some of the long-term consequences, if any, if they experience myocarditis? Oh, I did not see that headline. If you happen to have it or a link, I'd be more than happy to take a look at it. But that is not a headline that I saw. But if that's true, that sounds fantastic. So, what did this study find? Well, we'll go over, what is it that is already known about this topic. So case reports and surveillance signals of myocarditis, inflammation of the heart muscle, and pericarditis, inflammation of the two-layered sac surrounding the heart, after COVID-19 vaccination appeared as early as April 2021. These reports have prompted ongoing surveillance and research of these complications to investigate their incidence, possible attribution to the vaccines, and clinical course. So, we knew, okay, that for some individuals, a very small minority, after mRNA vaccination, they experienced myocarditis or pericarditis. But it was still, an open question of we knew back then that the vast majority of patients that experienced myocarditis or pericarditis, the course was very often mild, and they basically recovered and required minimal intervention. And that it's only in the very exceptionally rare cases that, they maybe required hospitalization or close monitoring. But basically, the vast majority of cases of myocarditis were in the mild to moderate in severity. But we didn't really know, since this was a brand new thing, we didn't know the long-term outcome of what is the long-term outcome if a patient experienced myocarditis after 3 months, after 6 months, maybe after a year, right? Because you can experience something temporarily, but maybe it has long-term consequences. And this study sort of attempted to answer that question of we've monitored these patients. We've monitored these patients for a few months, and maybe we have some answers in terms of the long-term outcomes of myocarditis or pericarditis. So just briefly going through the introduction, case reports and surveillance signals of myocarditis, including myopericarditis and pericarditis after COVID-19 vaccination, appeared as early as April 2021. Leading to the surveillance of adverse events of special interest after vaccination with mRNA vaccines manufactured by Pfizer and Moderna. Estimated rates of myocarditis are 11 per 100,000 person years in the UK and 1 to 2 cases per 100,000 person years in the US, regardless of age. In the US, estimated background rates or expected rates after COVID-19 vaccination of myocarditis is 0.2 per 1 million people, and of pericarditis is 1.4 per 1 million people, after adjustment for a 7-day risk period where most cases appear. Historically, myocarditis has been more prevalent in male than female individuals from childhood through young adulthood, and this tendency was reflected in early post-COVID-19 vaccination case series. So the early data was pretty clear, as in the group that was at highest risk of experiencing myocarditis was men basically between the ages of 18 and 40, or 15, 16 years old and 40 years old. Myocarditis, an inflammatory disease of the myocardium, and pericarditis, an inflammatory disease of the pericardial sac, can occur in isolation, although some patients present with overlapping features. Viral causes are common for both disorders. Symptoms indicative of myocarditis or pericarditis typically include new onset and persisting chest pain, shortness of breath, palpitations, or a combination of these symptoms. Diagnosis of a probable case of myocarditis usually requires elevated troponin concentrations or findings from imaging, for example, echocardiography or MRI, magnetic resonance imaging, or other testing, echocardiogram. Histopathology for a definitive diagnosis is not usually done. Differential diagnoses, including COVID-19 infection or other viruses, should be considered and ruled out. So it's there's also this fact that it appears that COVID-19 itself can also cause myocarditis. So, we needed to be careful in the data analysis of someone that is experiencing myocarditis or pericarditis after vaccination. May not be directly results of vaccination, or we have to ask the question: is it potentially the result of COVID-19 infection? Because again, COVID-19 itself carries a risk of inducing myocarditis or pericarditis. Most people with these conditions will fully recover, as I mentioned earlier. The majority of myocarditis cases were mild or moderate and required no intervention or minimal intervention. And I checked Catfish. Welcome. Thank you so much for passing by. And yeah, I totally agree. Climate change is scary, for sure. Pretty much, I tried to highlight it in my title of the world is on fire. And Oily Olive, welcome back. Pleasure to have you back and see you again. I hope that your day so far has been great. Myocarditis can lead to heart failure or asymptomatic left ventricular dysfunction, whereas long-term consequences associated with pericarditis include one or more recurrences and rarely thickening of the pericardium and constrictive heart filling. This evidence synthesis, including systematic reviews of incidence rates in people aged 0 to 39 years, and risk factors for myocarditis and pericarditis after COVID-19 mRNA vaccination, evidence reviews of initial presentation and clinical course, and of longer-term outcomes of cases, and a description of proposed mechanisms and their supporting evidence. We originally reviewed in our literature search on 6 October 2021 incidence rates, risk factors, and case presentation and short-term outcomes of myocarditis or pericarditis after COVID-19 vaccination across all vaccines, ages, and sexes. Our results indicated that incidence rates were very low to none after non-mRNA vaccines, and in adults aged 40 years and older, that rates after mRNA vaccination varied by sex, age, and dose, and that the case characteristics and clinical course of myocarditis and pericarditis differed. At that time, no data were available for children less than 12 years of age, or for people after receiving a third dose. For this review, we refined the questions to focus on gaps and priorities of the stakeholder or decision maker, specifically mRNA vaccines, priority age and risk groups, and cases after a third vaccine dose. Where possible, we limited cases to those confirmed by medical record review and of myocarditis or myopericarditis, or pericarditis rather than in combination, when data were available separately. We also expanded the scope to include evidence on longer-term outcomes. Finally, we added descriptions and studies of hypothesized mechanisms. This report focuses on the refined questions, but also includes findings on characteristics and short-term clinical course of myocarditis or pericarditis after any dose of the vaccine across all ages from the original review. So, again, they tried to answer the question of what is the longer-term outcome of patients experiencing myocarditis, and they also tried to propose a mechanism of like, what is it about vaccination that potentially results in myocarditis? Because at the time, we had no explanation as to why the mRNA vaccinations carry this risk, this minimal risk, but still a risk of myocarditis or pericarditis. Was on YouTube, but didn't get a response back. Oh, I am not sure why that would be. If that's the case, I apologize. 1 second. Oh yeah, I see that. Yeah, I'm not sure why your messages didn't show up, Oily Olive. I apologize for that, but I see them now. They are at the YouTube. I'm gonna try and solve that for next time. Apologies. Hadn't watched it yet. It's a video from a month ago, so you might already seen it. It was something that have ability to eat plastic. Well, if you want to send a video, by all means. Toronto preteen youngest person in Canada to receive total artificial heart. Okay, thank you so much for the link. No, the YouTube chat should show up here. I'm not sure why it's not showing up. Actually, yeah, it seems like it's not really activated. But yeah, I'm gonna save this, make sure. I'm gonna bring it up. We'll watch it once I'm done getting through this article. So, what did they find? So they did a literature search, okay? They tried to collect a bunch of studies, put it together, analyze it, come to conclusions. And they go through here what they did. This is a flow chart, or basically a workflow of what exactly it is that they did. So, records identified through database searches, records identified through other sources. So, clearly, there's a lot of records, thousands of them. They removed duplicates, okay? And so they screened about 6,500 records. And then they only included, at the bare minimum, the ones that had a full text article, okay? The ones that were the full text, those were the ones that were eligible. And then they started excluding some of them, okay? Out of these 425, they excluded 379. And they give a reason as to why they excluded these ones. Oh, no problem, Oily Olive. Hope you have a great Uber ride. And so from this 425, they excluded 379. And so they ended up with actually including 46 of the full text articles. Okay. And you can see here that they used 14 articles to answer question 1. They used 7 to answer question 2. And they used 11 to answer question 3. And then 3 to answer question 4. And then 21 to answer question 5. They were basically literally trying to answer specific questions. So, they go through it here. Let me see if I can get it. Yeah. Question 1. Question 1 is incidence of myocarditis and pericarditis after COVID-19 vaccination. So that refers to this question, question 1. And they used 14 studies to answer that question. And then question 2. Question 2 was risk factors. And question 3, case characteristics and short-term clinical course. And then question 4, what is the longer-term outcomes of patients experiencing myocarditis or pericarditis? And then question 5, the last question, what is their proposed mechanism as to why, or what is it about the COVID-19 vaccines that results in the potential for myocarditis or pericarditis? So, they used a bunch of studies in an attempt to answer those questions. So what were their overall findings, their principal findings? We're just basically going to go through the discussion to wrap up. So male adolescents and male young adults are at the highest risk of myocarditis after mRNA vaccination for COVID-19. And the incidence of myocarditis might be as high as 140 cases per million, or 1.4 per 10,000. For girls and boys aged 5 and 11 years and females aged 18 to 29 years, the incidence of myocarditis after vaccination with Pfizer might be fewer than 20 cases per million, although the evidence is of low certainty. Data for incidence rates after a third vaccine dose is limited. For individuals aged 18 to 29 years, incidence of myocarditis is probably higher after vaccination with Moderna than with Pfizer. And they're assigning certainty, as in they're only moderately certain about this claim. Among individuals aged 12 to 17, 18 to 29, and 18 to 39 years, incidence of myocarditis or pericarditis after dose 2 of an mRNA vaccine might be lower when administered greater than 31 days compared with less than 30 days after dose 1. Low certainty. So what they're essentially saying is that if you're basically under the age of 40 or between the ages of 12 and 39 years old, it seems like your risk of myocarditis is lower if you wait longer than 31 days. Basically, if you receive your second dose, let me just double check, incidence of myocarditis after dose 2, yeah. If you receive your second dose less than 31 days after your first dose, then you are slightly increasing your risk of experiencing myocarditis. But still, it's still rare, okay? And again, they're assigning certainty, as in they're not making this claim with a high degree of confidence, because there's not a lot of evidence available. Data specific to males aged 18 to 29 years indicated that the dosing interval might have needed to increase to greater than 56 days to substantially drop incidence of these diseases. Low certainty. Oh, and Bob Marley, welcome. Thanks so much for passing by. I hope that wherever you are, you're keeping cool, or if you're on vacation, I'm hoping that, you know, temperatures are tolerable, that you're not in the parts of Europe that are experiencing this extreme heat that is inescapable. Data for other potential risk factors were very limited. The clinical course of myocarditis in children 5 to 11 years for those after a third dose, and for those with previous myocarditis after mRNA vaccination is largely unknown. Although the short-term course has consistently shown to be quite mild and self-limiting, more data for longer-term prognosis is needed. So like, yeah, they're pretty much reinforcing the idea that, like, yes, there is a risk of myocarditis, but at least in the short term, as they say pretty explicitly, it's mild and self-limiting, as in it doesn't appear that there's any real long-term risk. But we're not going to know for sure until we continue to monitor these patients and assess them further. And that's why they say more data for longer-term prognosis is needed. Well, the VOD will still be here on Twitch and YouTube, but, you know, I didn't really go in depth into this study. I basically just read the intro, I went over a little bit of the methodology, now I'm just going through the discussion. And really, at the end of the day, I don't think there's anything super new about this study. Where I'm at in Spain, the heat wave didn't really reach us. Okay, great. Glad to hear that. Because, like, yeah, as I covered at the beginning of the stream, it seems like, you know, there's some large parts of Europe are being, like, really heavy hit by the heat wave. So, hypothesized mechanisms. Several mechanisms have been hypothesized to account for COVID-19 mRNA vaccine-associated myocarditis. The hyperimmune or inflammatory response hypothesis raises the question of whether the response is a systemic process or local to the heart. Multi-organ injury is commonly reported in systemic inflammation. However, an isolated cardiac insult is more likely, given that most patients manifest chest pain symptoms and measurable changes in cardiac biomarkers and imaging. Although autoimmunity triggered by molecular mimicry or other mechanism is among the more commonly discussed hypotheses, the observed response timing after the second vaccine dose, 1 to 5 days, is considered early for this type of mechanism. If mRNA vaccine-related myocarditis occurs from exposure to partial antigens, that is, epitopes of SARS-CoV-2 spike protein, then this mechanism should also account for myocarditis after COVID-19 infection. Additionally, vaccines using adenoviral vector-based platforms produce the spike protein, but have not been implicated in acquired myocarditis. Does the study compare myocarditis post-vaccine versus post-COVID? No, this, as far as I can tell, this study does not do that. They are literally trying to answer a list of 5 questions. The question about long-term outcomes. The question about, you know, what are the characteristics of the patients that experience myocarditis? And, like, what is the timing of the myocarditis? What exactly are the risk factors? We're trying to get a better idea of the risk factors. And and then like incidents of myocarditis and pericarditis after COVID-19 vaccination. So specifically isolated to post-vaccine, and not comparing post-vaccine versus post-COVID. And then like, yeah, the last question is like, what exactly is the mechanism behind the myocarditis from the vaccine? But my sister's best friend had 3 family members. Oh man, I'm super sorry to hear that. My heart goes out to your sister's best friend and their loved ones. I have no words. So where was I on the mechanism? I went too far. I was in a discussion. Scroll too far. Moreover, these putative mechanisms would not explain the similar incidence of myocarditis associated with other vaccines. For example, smallpox. A delayed hypersensitivity reaction has been studied as a potential cause for myocarditis with other viruses. For example, Coxsackie viruses and echoviruses, and has produced late onset reactions at the injection site following mRNA COVID-19 vaccination. Neither hypersensitivity to the mRNA or other vaccine components or eosinophilic myocarditis is likely to be a major cause of cardiac inflammation after vaccination, because allergic reactions to the vaccines have been very rare. The different incidents seen across the sexes also suggest a non-allergic reaction predominating. The mechanism might be similar to that for myocarditis with COVID-19 infection, but at a lower incidence owing to the smaller quantity of spike protein exposure. Therefore, exploring some of the mechanisms in the COVID-19 myocarditis literature might be valuable. An alternate hypothesis not described in the examined articles relates to microvessel partial or complete thrombosis with multifocal ischemic injury or ischemic injury related to expression of endothelial angiotensin, converting enzyme 2 and fibrin platelet interactions. And hail to the king, 43. Thank you so much for the $1. Super appreciated. It's Morbin time. Every time is Morbin time. Okay. Where was I? Right. This alternate hypothesis. So what they say is microvessel partial or complete thrombosis with multifocal ischemic injury related to expression of endothelial angiotensin converting enzyme 2. This is the ACE2 enzyme, and fibrin platelet interactions in susceptible individuals. Okay, so can I translate that? Do I even know what that means? I don't think I do. Other than I know thrombosis, basically a blood clot. Multifocal ischemic injury. Can't really translate that. I know what ischemic injury means. And multifocal just means, fancy terms for multi-ischemic injury. More than one. So yeah, I'm not 100% sure what this means. I know that this is the ACE2 enzyme, angiotensin converting enzyme 2. And that's related to the ACE2 receptor. And the ACE2 receptor, that is the receptor that allows for COVID-19 to enter into respiratory cells. The rapid response to anti-inflammatory treatment would, although, make an ischemic injury quite unlikely. Okay, so they're ruling this out anyways, as a potential mechanism for the myocarditis. So, several limitations exist in the mechanistic literature. Firstly, little direct empirical evidence to support or refute the proposed hypotheses. Where direct empirical evidence was available, it often derived from case reports or small series. Secondly, when assessing laboratory findings in case reports, theories, and retrospective studies, whether any differences seen for example, increases in natural killer cells, autoantibodies, reflect a causal pathological immune response or reactive adaptive responses to the myocardial inflammation is unclear. Thirdly, new studies refuting previous assertions could emerge. For example, earlier reports stating no myocardial eosinophilia are later contradicted by more recent studies finding evidence of this. Furthermore, there has been a scarcity of invasive investigations. For example, endomyocardial tissue sampling, which is understandable given the typically mild course of affected patients. So, basically, they're not adding a lot of new information to what we think about the reasons as to why COVID-19 vaccination carries this risk of myocarditis. Basically, it boils down to we don't have a lot of solid, good empirical evidence. Basically, an unknown. Finally, confirmation of a causal link from the vaccine is difficult. For example, an important proportion of observed myocarditis events might not be vaccine-related, and this will contribute to the heterogeneity of presentations, clinical characteristics, and resulting hypotheses. Choi et al., another research group, described a patient with myocarditis who died after mRNA vaccination, and compared that patient to another who died, as reported by Verma et al., another research group. Both patients had had comprehensive clinical pathological analysis. The two cases were remarkably different, with Choi et al. Suggesting that myocarditis after COVID-19 mRNA vaccination is heterogeneous, both clinically and histologically. Moreover, these data support the concept that myocarditis related to COVID-19 vaccination can arise from different mechanisms. Right, so that's another thing to keep in mind. As in, sure, the end results might be myocarditis or pericarditis in a minority of patients, but we can't rule out the fact that there might be multiple causes, and that depending on the context, you might have myocarditis in one patient for one reason, and then you could have myocarditis in another patient for another reason. And that, again, we basically still don't have good explanations. And thank you so much for the gifted sub, Oily Olive. To Bill, much appreciated. Your support, I'm always grateful for. So, key messages from patient partners. Several key messages were co-developed with our patient partners to reflect their perspectives. Yeah, absolutely. Bill deserves it. All super appreciative of Bill's support also. As much as we have a fundamental, irreconcilable difference in what constitutes a good movie and what constitutes a bad movie. Firstly, the highest risk for myocarditis after COVID-19 vaccination exists for male adolescents and male young adults, aged 12 to 29 years. So that basically still holds true. The highest risk for myocarditis is males, young males, between 12 and 29 years of age. Although the risk is likely to be small and cases are generally mild. This population probably has some benefit in receiving Pfizer rather than Moderna, and prolonging the dosing interval might be of value. Secondly, clear and effective communication of the risks, rates of myocarditis and likely clinical course, and benefits from vaccination, and the availability of good alternatives, non-mRNA vaccines, will be crucial for young male patients and their parents. Finally, more research into children and what personal risk factors might put someone at higher risk is urgently needed. And then wrapping up, strengths and limitations of the review. This review had several strengths. We used a comprehensive, peer-reviewed search strategy and included gray literature to capture recent data. A second reviewer screened the most relevant citations based on machine learning and verified all data and risk of bias assessments. Grade assessments were based on team consensus, including clinical experts. Actually, I'm not going to read the strengths and limitations, just to say, it seems like they did their due diligence, and that they included clinical experts, a consensus of clinical experts. And so what is their overall conclusion? Male adolescents and male young adults are at the highest risk of myocarditis after mRNA vaccination. Pfizer over Moderna and extending dosing interval to more than 30 days might be preferred for this population. As the incidence of myocarditis after mRNA vaccination is a rare adverse event, the findings must be considered alongside the overall benefits of vaccination and with detailed risk-benefit analyses to support policy recommendations for optimal dosing intervals and vaccine products for different populations. As the COVID-19 pandemic enters its third year, continued surveillance of myocarditis after mRNA vaccines, especially in younger ages, after dose 3 and subsequent doses, and in previous cases is needed to support continued decision-making for COVID-19 boosters. Additional monitoring of populations with clinical comorbidities of interest, for example, cardiac conditions, previous myocarditis, immunocompromised, etc., is also needed to inform on best practices. Long-term follow-up of patients with myocarditis is needed to better understand the natural history, including disease recurrence. Finally, multi-center prospective studies with appropriate testing, for example, biopsy, tissue morphology, will enhance understanding of the mechanism or mechanisms of myocarditis and pericarditis after vaccination. This understanding will help to identify and guide recommendations for those who might be at higher risk. So, wrapping up, it still holds true that the highest risk group is, again, males basically between the ages of 12 to 29, or 12 and 30 years of age. But still, that risk is low, and that the course of myocarditis or pericarditis is mild to moderate. And it seems like the majority of cases, it looks like they make a full recovery, but we still don't have data on the long-term outcome. And that we have to, take into account the vaccine dosing schedule, as in if you're a male between the ages of 12 and 29 years of age, and you are looking to get an mRNA vaccine, it might be a good idea, at least based off of this study, based off what they're saying in this study, in that it seems like it might be a good idea that you wait longer than 30 days to get your second dose, as in first dose day 0, and that if you want to minimize your chances of experiencing myocarditis, that you should wait longer than 30 days, and that Pfizer might have a slight edge over Moderna if you are a young male between the ages of 12 to 29 years of age. Those appear to be the take-home messages. And that we still don't have a really good idea as to why this is a side effect of the mRNA vaccines, and that we still don't have good data about really the long-term outcomes. And it's still an open question of like, can you experience myocarditis again? And you have a reoccurrence of the myocarditis. These still appear to be open questions, but still, the risk is low. Let me just catch up with that. Good movies are movies that make you laugh. Bad movies are movies that don't make you laugh. Yeah, I can appreciate that binary and respect it. Phantom Thread makes me laugh, man. I know your take on Phantom Thread. And like, yeah, I agree with you that at its core, it's a comedy. And it's a little bit absurd. But maybe I just have no sense of humor, right? Should I lie and get my booster ASAP after being reinfected in a 2-month period? Ooh. Okay, so what I can say for myself is that I just received my 4th dose this past Thursday. So like 4 or 5 days ago. And I got Moderna. So my first 3 doses, okay, of the vaccine was Pfizer. And then my fourth dose, just recently, a few days ago, was Moderna. And really the only difference that I can tell is that actually Moderna made my shoulder like way more sore. And that the soreness lasted much longer. As in, with my first 3 doses of Pfizer, I had a mild sore shoulder, and the sore shoulder was fully resolved in 24 hours. And then when I got Moderna this past Thursday, I had a pretty significant sore shoulder that I couldn't work out the next day, and that it lasted a good at least like 72 hours. As in, I got it on the Thursday, and it was really only on like the Sunday that like I really felt like I had pretty much mostly recovered from the sore shoulder. But to answer your question, in terms of getting your booster ASAP, so it doesn't seem like there's really a huge advantage if you've been recently infected. At least from what I can tell from the data. Obviously, I'm not a medical professional, and I'm not a vaccine expert or a virologist, but at least based off of what I have seen in the data, if you've had 3 doses and that you've been recently infected, and I think that's your scenario, Bill, it does not seem like there's much of an edge at all in getting another vaccine dose so soon. And the best way that I can answer that is that if I were in your position where I've received 3 doses and I've been recently infected, I wouldn't feel the need to get another dose anytime soon. Definitely not ASAP. And yeah, if you'll be working from home, I think that's probably the best call of like chill. I think you're decently protected, although this BA5, BA4 variants really seems to have thrown a wrench in the protection. And that's why it's like, even if like you were infected with Omicron, and that you want extra protection against BA4 or BA5, it doesn't even seem like the current vaccines really offer any extra protection against BA4 or the BA5 variants. Yeah, exactly. Pfizerna. Oh, and Desolate Mirror, thank you so much for passing by. Much appreciated. Always happy to have you here. And, you know, one of the reasons why I actually, like, explicitly sought out Moderna for this most recent dose, my 4th dose, because I wanted to, that was my version of mixing and matching, because it seems like, again, from what I could tell in the data, there's a little bit of an advantage when it comes to mixing and matching vaccines, and that there's a little bit of a slight edge in protection that Moderna confers over Pfizer, but like it's really nothing dramatic at all. My 3rd Pfizer dose, I avoid horror, don't like gross stuff. It's more gross than scary. Yeah, I tend to not handle gore all that well either. My 3rd Pfizer dose was also more sore. I think it's because the dude wasn't as good at vaccinating than the nurse before. He just jabbed the vaccine into my muscle. Yeah, maybe. So it's possible, okay? This was a brand new clinic. I had never been to this clinic before. And so maybe it was just a poor, it was just a bad nurse or a bad tech. It was actually, my Moderna vaccine was administered by a pharmacist. So maybe it was just poor technique or bad technique. The only thing that I can say is that, like, it doesn't seem like I reacted all that well to this vaccine dose. Whether that's the result of it being Moderna, or it's the result of just, you know, bad technique on the pharmacist, or some combination thereof, I don't know. But, like, knowing what I know now, I don't know that I would have chosen Moderna. And I probably would have just gone with, you know, a 4th dose of Pfizer. Exactly. You can send your lawsuit in the mail. I got Pfizer first and then Moderna for the next 2, and safely experienced all the side effects. Then I got COVID 1.5 months later, so now I'm as good as 4 times vax, and I'm fine by and large now. Yeah, this seems like, based off of this experience, you'd have a pretty good layer of protection, at least against Omicron. And like, again, with these BA4 and BA5 variants, it really seemed like it's all over the place. Yeah, I would suspect that you're probably right, given the fact that you had, it seems like you had 2 courses of infection pretty close together. Where it's like, yeah, a few months ago, I remember that you were explicitly isolating against when you were infected, and that to be infected so soon, I would bet a decent amount of money that it was one of the BA4 or BA5 variants. I have the same feeling. I'd wait a while, but definitely still get it sometime. Immunity is all over the place. Some people get decent immune responses. Some people, yeah. Where it does seem, again, with these variants, that it's thrown a wrench in protection. And like, yeah, waiting a while, I think is probably the best course of action. I'm still waiting for those variant-adjusted vaccines I thought I was promised since early 20. Yeah, it's very curious to me, right? Of like, why do we not have updated versions of these vaccines? Because at least in my mind, I'm sure there's a good answer. I'm thinking out loud. But like, these mRNA vaccines, like, we implemented this technology. One of the intentions is that it's an mRNA vaccine should be more easily modifiable, as in it's just a matter of changing the mRNA's sequence to, you know, match the variant. And so it's a little bit bizarre to me, but I might just not understand the platform all that well. But it seems like it should have been much easier for Moderna or Pfizer-BioNTech, to just make the appropriate changes to adjust to the variants, or at least the major variants. Where it's like, at the very least, I think they should have been able to go from like original COVID to, during the Omicron wave, to actually make a custom Omicron vaccine. Well, hopefully, I can instill some faith in science. Of my 3 doses of Moderna, 2 had pretty sore arms, 1 had none. And at the end of the day, I'm still happy that it seems like the only side effect that I get from any of the doses is a sore shoulder. That varies in severity. I don't experience any fatigue, as far as I can tell. I don't experience any fever, or pretty much anything else. It seems like it's just limited to a sore shoulder. As opposed to, like, I know for some people, like, they get the mRNA vaccines or any vaccine, and they're like knocked out for a day or 2, and that they really have to recover from the vaccination. Yeah, that's my understanding as well. Oh, and if you've never had COVID, well, you know, not to be doom and gloom, but I'm pretty sure it's only a matter of time. But hey, if you're hanging in there, all the more power to you. Yeah, we're gonna watch it. I'm just gonna catch up fully with chat. And so, like, yeah, to bring it back, like, I know the research, and like, I investigated the mRNA platform like pretty closely, and I also remember, as you mentioned, the company saying, like, it's easily modifiable. This should allow us to, you know, make new variants of the vaccine to match the variants that are, you know, evolving in the world. It's really difficult for me to fully understand as to why they're not able to make those adjustments pretty quickly. I even joked with the medic giving me my 3rd dose that I was looking forward to downloading the app for the nanites. Yeah, exactly, the nanites. Oh man, don't get me started on those. Probably because viruses keep changing faster than they can make a modern day vaccine. I'm not even sure that that's true. because like the Omicron variant like was, I think, for at least a good 6 months at least. And again, it should not be a huge undertaking. Again, I'm very familiar with mRNA, and I know how they would modify it. It does not seem like it would be a huge task for them to modify it. I don't know, but again, I'm fully open to the idea that I might just be missing something, and I'm ignorant. So yes, we're gonna watch this video sent by Armories about Toronto preteen youngest person in Canada to receive total artificial heart. In Canada, if you have COVID, is there a bill law saying companies pay you on days you missed? As far as I know, in Canada, no. At least in Quebec, I can only speak for my province. That doesn't seem to be the case. Oh wow, thank you so much for the positive feedback. I appreciate that. You know, if I'm at the very least comparable to homozygote, I will gladly take that compliment. I am no expert, but my guess would be that an Omicron-adjusted vaccine would at least be more effective against the new sublineages than the... Yeah, and again, I'm no expert either, but that would be my suspicion as well. As in, at the very least, I think, I could be wrong, but I would speculate that a customized Omicron vaccine would at least be better in giving protection to the BA4 and BA5 variants. And so, you know, again, I think it would have been to our advantage if these companies came out with an Omicron variant vaccine. Oh, and if you didn't send this, well, so if you want to resend your link, Oily Olive, then by all means resend it and we'll watch it.
When she wake up, she say, "Did you take my heart and you give me the machine to make me survive?" We say, "Yes." She said, "I am okay now. I can go home." We say, "Yes, you can go home. You are okay now."
Mariam Tanous, known as Mariam Miracle, was born with 2 forms of congenital heart disease and underwent open heart surgery at the age of 3. In 2021, the 11-year-old who had a heart transplant 4 years prior saw her body reject the heart. With time of the essence, artificial heart surgery was deemed the right move until they could find a suitable heart replacement. But there were concerns. It was a procedure mainly for adults and had only been done on 58 patients in Canada. If and when the surgery happened, Tanous's chest was to be kept open for 5 days.
The biggest challenge for her technically is the size mismatch between the device and her, essentially the chest cavity. Obviously, she's one of the smallest patients who ever had this implantation of this device in the world, and obviously the smallest in Canada.
Linda Antoine Adwar knew the risks of the surgery heading in for her daughter, but never doubted the surgeons.
They told us about what is the risky, what is the good, but all these things, when they speak it to us, we say, yes, we need to survive our daughter's life.
She admits that the process of seeing her daughter struggle was challenging.
It's a lot of tubes, a lot of machine, and they are waiting and waiting and waiting. But don't give up, don't give up.
Dr. Osami Hondo was the cardiovascular surgeon who did the implementation of the artificial heart surgery and the heart transplant.
Her personal attachment to her and then her family, and then it's a great feeling to see her thriving after this, so many challenges that she went through.
Adwar is ecstatic her daughter got past this journey.
I feel my heart is go like higher from the happy.
Amar Khan, Global News.
Well, I think that's a positive light in all like the negative stuff about healthcare in Canada that I shared at the beginning. Of like, despite my frustrations and me dealing with a minor health issue, things like this are still occurring, which is fantastic, obviously, right? This is what the urgent medical care is for, and I'm hoping our medical and healthcare system can prioritize patients like this. Like I have no problem, obviously, of people in these situations being prioritized over me. and my minor inconvenience. You know, that's where perspective comes into play. Of like, I understand why I'm not a priority, because people like this require urgent medical attention. So, and expanding on the topic of COVID, okay, because, you know, COVID is back, or more accurately, COVID has never really went away, and like these BA4 and BA5 variants appear to have thrown a wrench in our plans. And so Dr. Mike Hansen, I think, hopefully has some good information about them.
Let's find out what's
an actual true doctor. I would encourage anyone to not go to Dr. John Campbell for information. I was neutral about him during the early stage of the pandemic when he started releasing videos. I'm now of the opinion that, you know, Dr. John Campbell is a bad actor, and also no relation at all to Dr. John Campbell. But I think he's really gotten off the beaten path and really verged into not good information. Yeah, oh yeah, desolate, absolutely. It looks like some people are going to need those monkeypox vaccines. Reshare, okay, I'm going to get it. We're just going to watch this.
What's going on with the most recent subvariant of Omicron, BA5? It's now the most dominant strain. It's the most contagious subvariant so far. I'm Dr. Mike Hansen, and in my last two videos, I talked about my experience of getting COVID, BA5, about 6 weeks ago, and I also detailed the BA5's ability to evade our immune system, either immunity from vaccines or immunity from previous infection, or both, the hybrid immunity. I also talked a lot about the timing of that immunity and how that matters. The longer it's been since your previous shot or previous infection, the less robust that immunity. One of the big questions about BA5 is, does this variant cause more severe disease? And so far it's been very hard to know because it's still very early in the course of its spread. Hospital admissions are now rising with BA5 after several months of stable hospitalization rates. You have all these different categories that people are falling into. You have unvaccinated.
And I might be crazy. I don't watch every video of his, but it seems like he's lost weight to my eye. It could just be the shirt he's wearing, I don't know, or like the fact that he's sitting, but it seems like he's lost some weight.
You have people who've received the vaccine. You have people who received the boosters as well on top of the vaccine. Then you have people who've had previous infections. Then you've had hybrid immunity, where people have had previous infections.
Welcome to Flavor Country.
Plus the boosters, plus the vaccines. So trying to sort out all these...
Thank you for the follow, Fry My Calamari. Much appreciated.
Different groups in these studies is becoming trickier and trickier. In the United States, more than 1/5 of the population remains unvaccinated. To make matters even more complicated, it's getting trickier to know the actual number of cases because most of the diagnoses are coming from rapid antigen tests at home. So actual number of cases that's going on is becoming harder and harder to detect. So the best way to answer the question of does it cause more severe disease is to go by, is it causing more ICU admissions and deaths? But the problem with that is that there's a lag time from the current wave of spread, and then you have the initial symptoms to the time that people end up going to the ICU and or dying. So that lag time makes it harder to answer that question. There's two big reasons as to why BA5 is so concerning. One is that it's the most transmissible, the most contagious subvariant yet. And then the other is it has properties of Delta, specifically the properties of Delta that allow it to get inside to the lungs. So when you couple those two reasons together, it makes for a big concern that this could lead to many ICU admissions and possibly deaths. As BA4 and BA5 subvariants are becoming a larger proportion of the virus that's circulating, cases and hospitalization numbers are rising. And over the last 2 weeks, ICU admissions have rose 20%. The thing with BA5 is that it has key mutations in its spike protein, and our antibodies that are generated from previous immunity, whether that's from vaccines or infection, our antibodies bind there to block the virus from getting into our cells. So if it now has these mutations that doesn't allow the antibodies to bind, that's going to be a problem. In this recently published report in New England Journal of Medicine in this month of July, it suggested that in vaccine-boosted people, levels of protective antibodies were 3 times less active against BA.5 compared to the first Omicron subvariants, BA.1 and BA.2. Of course, antibodies don't tell the full picture of the immune system, so there's also the T cells that play a big part in that as well, but the antibodies are the most practical way of measuring immunity. And the thing with BA.4 and BA.5 is that researching is showing that Omicron infections don't help the immune system effectively to recognize and protect against the subsequent Omicron infections. So in other words, if you've had Omicron, you're most likely not going to have protection against BA.4 or BA.5. BA.5 case...
Okay, so maybe, I have to revise my statement earlier, based off of what is said here, I was speculating that if in fact, the companies came out with a customized Omicron vaccine that it would hopefully protect from the subvariants like BA.4 or BA.5. But it seems like I might have been wrong, although it looks like they're speculating here of like Omicron unlikely to offer much protection from BA.5. And so maybe it wouldn't have been all that useful if a customized Omicron variant vaccine came out.
You're most likely not going to have protection against BA.4 or BA.5. BA.5 case rates in South Africa grew more quickly than did case rates of the Omicron variant that preceded it. With that said, vaccines, although not 100%, do offer good protection against severe disease from BA.5. And it still remains to be seen if monoclonal antibodies will be effective against BA.5. Oh, and something that I forgot to mention before is that when people are admitted to the hospital, they get screened for COVID. So if they come in with a heart attack, they still get screened for COVID. If they happen to test positive for COVID, that counts as a COVID admission. So people can be admitted with COVID, but not be admitted for COVID. So that's going to mess with the numbers. That's another reason why it's better to go with ICU admission rates and deaths as opposed to just simply hospitalizations. So as of right now, ICU admissions are slightly going up, but it's not a surge like it was with previous waves as of right now. So based on that and based on my speculation, I think that BA.4, BA.5, it causes more severe disease compared with Omicron, but not nearly as bad as Delta. In my personal experience, when I had COVID 6 weeks ago, I'm triple vax, otherwise healthy, and I was sick for about 2 weeks. I personally have a friend who's not.
2 weeks? Wow, that's pretty surprising. Since what could just be bad luck, right? There's no guarantees. But that seems like a pretty long course, and it, from what I know of Dr. Mike Hansen, he leads a pretty healthy and active lifestyle. And they're triple vaxxed. So the fact that it lasts 2 weeks, that seems like it's just bad luck.
Vaccinated, he's not had any previous COVID infections, and he developed COVID about 2 weeks ago, and he's now starting to feel back to his normal self. Still not 100% though, so he's had about a 2-week course of illness. In both my case and in his case, we both had this cough, and that seems to be a common thing with BA.4, BA.5, is this cough with lots of phlegm, runny nose, lots of congestion, but also sore throat. Sore throat definitely more common with this one compared to previous subvariants. And then people have concern about long COVID. There's a recent publication in The Lancet that suggested that about 5% of vaccinated people infected with Omicron variants developed long COVID symptoms. And then you compare that with 11% of the Delta variant. Let's take a look at South Africa, where BA.5 already peaked. There, it began to rise in late March, and now it comprises about half of all COVID variants in that country. The rest are mostly BA.4. Now, during this wave, neither cases or hospitalizations rose anywhere near as high as they were during the country's first Omicron surge during the winter. Preliminary reports there suggest that severe illness during the more recent surge was not higher than the risk during the first Omicron surge involving BA.1. Now, on the flip side, if you take a look at Portugal, they did have a surge of cases that was correlated with rising proportion of BA.5 starting in early May. And they had hospitalizations in Portugal that were much closer to the levels that were reached during the nation's first Omicron wave. And its death rate was about 3 to 10 times higher compared to South Africa's over the past few months. So why this discrepancy? Well, it might be related to the difference in ages of their residents. The median age of Portugal, 45, South Africa, 28. So this table right here is showing the lineage of mutations that have been identified in Omicron BA.1, BA.2, and then you have BA.4, BA.5 down here. BA.4 and BA.5 have identical sequences of the spike protein and therefore have been grouped together. Now down here, we're looking at neutralizing antibody titers, looking at before and after the booster. And in this panel right here, we're again looking at neutralizing antibody titers in people who've been infected by original strain here, and then Omicron, BA1, and then here's people who've been infected with BA4, BA5. Also, these people were vaccinated except for one. These are the demographics of the participants in the study. The data shows that BA4, BA5 subvariants substantially escape neutralizing antibodies induced by both vaccination and infection. So in conclusion, the studies are coming in. It's still very complicated, but it seems like BA4, BA5 causes more severe disease compared with Omicron, but not quite as bad as Delta. Let's find out the latest from the...
Well, again, looks like I might have been wrong, which I have no problem admitting, it doesn't seem like prior Omicron infection, at least it seems unlikely that Omicron infection would confer protection against BA4 or BA5. Let me just catch up with chat. Okay. Okay, so I don't know if I should cover Dr. John Campbell or not, but I'm not a fan. I was never a strong fan of him to begin with. I was on the fence. I was like, yeah, they're okay. Now I'm pretty confident that they don't really know what they're talking about. And no, I don't think John Campbell ever spoke to Rogan. I think you're referring to Robert Malone. If vaccines still protect against severe disease, that seems quite remarkable considering that this virus has been evolving constantly. Yeah, and thankfully, that's still the case. And, you know, even though I'm knocking the fact that there's no custom vaccines coming out, but the fact that the first generation mRNA vaccines still protect against severe disease, as you said, Bob Marley, that's pretty remarkable. That's still a strong testament to how powerful these vaccines are. As in, it's been constantly evolving. We're on, variant, the 20th variant or more. And yet still, the original vaccines that came out, they still offer really good levels of protection against severe outcomes. My mom's COVID lasted about 2 weeks, triple vaxxed, no cough, so probably not BA4, BA5, but the post-COVID brain fog and exhaustion is really rough for her, which I'm sorry to hear, Desolate Mirror. I'm hoping that it's not long COVID, or that, they're actually able to make a full recovery sooner rather than later. Again, another reason why I think, get vaccinated to limit your chances or minimize your chances of experiencing long COVID. But as unfortunate that even vaccination doesn't offer any guarantees against lingering symptoms or long COVID. And that's why it's like, I'm really hoping that those second or third generation vaccines, the pan coronavirus vaccine, whenever it comes out, offers really good substantial immunity or actual closer to immunity rather than protection. Oh yeah, and what he showed in the video, I agree. Totally crazy difference in median age. Who was worse, Malone or John Campbell? Malone is definitely worse, given the fact that they're an actual medical doctor, and that Dr. John Campbell is basically, a very well-educated nurse and educator. And so I hold medical Dr. Malone to a higher standard. What tells you that Dr. Campbell doesn't know? He is a family medic, isn't he? So he's, from what I can tell, I looked at his LinkedIn, he's essentially like a well-educated nurse. And that he's basically a nurse educator. I think I saw Dr. Debunk Campbell saying he omitted common medical knowledge to mislead his audience. Luckily, I've been fine with the vaccine and one booster for over a year now, which I'm happy to hear, Fry My Calamari. And it's actually surprising. So I don't know how it is in the United States. Like, have they opened it up to, like, second boosters? As in, can you get your fourth dose in the United States? Because Mike Hansen here, he just said that he's had 3 doses. And so, is he just not eligible, or they haven't opened it up to 4th doses? Because in Canada, Like they have pretty much started to roll out fourth doses, and in my area, they actually rolled out fourth doses quite early. We're gonna watch this next video by Mike Hansen, and then we're gonna watch Oily Olive's video.
The newest COVID variant that might become problematic, BA.2.75, which was given the name Centaurus, supposedly by someone on Twitter, which I don't know if that's true or not, but regardless, it sounds like a dinosaur. But Centaurus is actually the name of one of the largest constellations in the southern sky, at least according to Wiki. In Greek mythology, Centaurus represents a centaur, a creature that is half human, half horse, kind of like Sagittarius, which I am. So BA.2.75 is half.
I really hope he says that jokingly, and then he doesn't actually believe in astrology. I'm pretty sure he's joking and being sarcastic.
Horse, half human, okay? It's spreading quickly, mostly in India right now, but it has been found in at least 10 other countries, including the United States. Right now, the most dominant strain is BA.5, but let's rewind a little bit to understand these subvariants of Omicron. Omicron BA.1, that emerged this past winter with major genetic differences. BA.1 was quickly followed by BA.2. BA.1 and BA.2 comprised most of the cases this past winter and early spring, with about 1 million cases per day in the United States. BA.4, BA.5, which are very similar.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. If he espoused legitimate beliefs about astrology, I don't think I would be able to take him seriously anymore. Like no more video watching of him anymore.
Similar, derived from BA.2, as does BA.2.75, although independently.
Yeah,
there's actually no relation between Omicron BA.1 and the other major variants, meaning no relation to Alpha, Gamma, Beta, and Delta. BA.4 and BA.5 are more than capable of reinfecting those with previous COVID infections, including those who've had Omicron, regardless of vaccination status. This is just like those who are infected with Omicron BA.1 were susceptible to BA.2, and so on. This report indicated that BA.5 was about 15-fold more resistant to the monoclonal antibody treatment Evusheld and sotrovimab compared with the previous variants. This resistance, in addition to new mutations, it's likely related to sensitivity to a membrane protease, that TMPRSS2, that's associated with cell membrane infectivity. BA.5 could be more similar to the Delta variant that was back in 2021, especially when you consider that BA.5 is getting into the lungs on a more frequent basis compared to Omicron. That's why I see a lot of these BA.4, BA.5 COVID infections with coughing up lots of phlegm. It's getting into the lungs. Compare that to Omicron, not so much. But back to this newest subvariant of Omicron, BA.2.75. On July 7th, the WHO classified it as a variant of concern, and it is being monitored closely. It's got a specific group of mutations in its spike protein, in addition to those that are found in BA.2, BA.4, and BA.5, and other mutations outside of the spike protein. The spike is the most heavily mutated protein in the Omicron family. There's actually 36 mutations in the spike protein of BA.2.75. Now, to put that in perspective, some variants, like Alpha, didn't even have that many in its entire genome. The unique mutations of the BA.2.75 spike protein are located in two regions: the receptor binding domains and the N-terminal. The receptor binding domains are the typical targets for neutralizing antibodies. Neutralizing antibodies that come from either vaccines or previous infections, or in the form of monoclonal antibody treatments. So when you have mutations in this location, that means there's a higher probability that those antibodies will be rendered useless. This preprint just came out yesterday. In this study, they generated pseudoviruses that harbored the spike proteins of BA.2.75, BA.4, and BA.5, as well as BA.2, and they then evaluated the effectiveness of 10 different monoclonal antibody treatments on them. Now, this was a preprint study, but based on these preliminary findings, the authors concluded that 3 of the monoclonal antibody treatments, Regdenvimab, sotrovimab, and tizagevimab, unfortunately did not exhibit antiviral effects against BA.2, BA.4, and BA.5. But the good news is that they did seem to be effective against BA.2.75, which suggests that these antibodies can be used for the treatment and prevention of BA.2.75 infection. But the spike protein mutations, it's not just about its ability to escape antibodies. It also allows the virus to be more transmissible when those mutations promote better binding to the ACE2 protein on our cells. And because of this,
I'm not gonna lie, I like these diagrams because this is like I'm used to seeing these types of figures. This is biochemistry in a nutshell, to a certain degree.
And because of the antibody escape, it continues to be a cat and mouse game between our immune system and new COVID variants that keep mutating, that keep evolving. And that's why it's a continuous back and forth of adapting new vaccines that fight these new variants, like the new bivalent vaccine that's expected to battle BA4, BA5, and BA275, likely being made available in the fall or the winter. Now, in addition to BA275, recent reports from India suggest that there are associated lineages BA274 and BA276 that are also circulating right now. So there's more to come with these variants, and the bottom line is COVID isn't going anywhere anytime soon. And with the high circulating numbers right now of BA4, BA5, and the emerging BA275, we know that the risk of getting infected or reinfected remains very high.
First there was
Oops, sorry for that audio jump. My apologies. We're gonna watch Oily Olives video. Let me just catch up with chat. I assume you mean oh yeah, okay, yeah, phlegm, right, mucus, like that's probably not a sign. That alone, if that's your only symptom, it's highly unlikely that you have COVID. Let me just get your link, Oily Olive. Does seem quite cool, not gonna lie.
Hi.
So AI just designed an enzyme that eats plastic. I'm definitely familiar with this type of work. Maybe not this specific work, but this is actually there's actually like a lab near mine at my university is literally trying to kind of do just that also.
Welcome to another episode of Cold Fusion. So, I've just had COVID, so if my voice sounds a bit funny, that's why. Anyway, onto the video. Over many decades, plastic waste has become a major problem, not just for the environment, but to us as humans as well. In fact, recently, plastic has been detected in human organs, and this year, for the first time, it's been detected in human blood. Many are sleeping on the issue, but maybe something can be done.
You are watching Cold Fusion TV.
In 2016, Japanese scientists were sifting through the debris of a plastic bottle recycling plant. They were in search of a bacterium that could degrade plastic. The type of plastic that the scientists were looking for was polyethylene terephthalate, or PET for short. This type of plastic accounts for 12% of all global solid waste. If you've ever used a water bottle, that's PET. It's found in a lot of other modern products, including clothing and packaging. Estimates say about 50 million tons are produced every year globally. By 2025, this could be 100 million tons. As the demand for the material grows, so does the mountain of plastic waste in landfills, as PET-based products are notoriously difficult to recycle. The goal of the Japanese scientists' trash hunt was to find a bacterium that could use PET as its energy source. After bringing plastic samples back to a lab, what they found was Ideonella sakaiensis, a bacteria that amazingly eats plastic and converts it to carbon dioxide. From here, the team discovered that the organism has two enzymes that broke down the plastic into basic components. We'll talk about the importance of the enzymes soon. So in short, the bacteria completely digested the plastic and used it to power its cells. What's left is carbon dioxide and the monomers, usually ethyl glycol and terephthalic acid. These components can make new plastic. Plastics like PET are made from little chemicals joined in a chain. The enzyme unlinks that chain, and then you get a bunch of components. You can then use these components and recycle them into another chain. So basically, this enzyme could be used in the recycling process without any extra energy input. Well, you might be thinking, that's great, why haven't we used this everywhere? Well, there's one problem. In the real world, the bacteria and even the isolated enzymes weren't very practical. It did the job, but it was very fussy about it. If the temperature was too low or too high, or the pH wasn't just right, it wouldn't work effectively. There had to be a way to improve this. Knowing that an enzyme consists of amino acids linked together to form proteins, if these amino acids could be tweaked, perhaps the enzyme would perform better. But how could this be done? Enter AI. In May of 2022, a team from the University of Texas at Austin in the United States used a neural network to engineer and improve the performance and stability of the plastic-destroying enzyme. A machine learning algorithm was in charge of modifying the amino acids in the enzyme. The neural
I know what this is. This is Pymol. Have on my old computer. Yeah. I can bring up fancy that's what that program is. Standard free molecular modeling software.
Network called Mute Compute studied a diverse range of 19,000 proteins of a similar size. It was to learn the patterns of what makes a protein stable. According to Hal Alper, who was the principal investigator of the study, amino acids that fit well within the protein are the key to stability. An amino acid that isn't a good fit may be a source of instability. When this happens, the performance of the enzyme falls off. When the algorithm saw that an amino acid might not fit well, it suggested a different amino acid in its place. For each of the 290 amino acids, the program checks to see if it fits well within its immediate structural environment compared to other proteins within its knowledge base. This means that it can balance the evolutionary trade-off between activity and stability, which now when I think about it is insane. We're observing nature and then hacking it to do our bidding. Out of the millions and millions of combinations, the AI suggested 3 amino acid substitutions. The team decided to go with the AI's design. The result was, quote, highly active, especially at lower temperatures, compared to anything else that's out there. The AI-designed enzyme broke down an entire plastic tray within 48 hours. It breaks down plastic at over twice the speed and at lower temperatures compared to the next best engineered enzyme. They demonstrated that untreated consumer PET plastics could almost completely be degraded in 1 week. They tested 51 different products, including whole plastic containers and bottles. They were also able to make new recycled plastic objects that consumed much less energy than traditionally would be required. The team managed to retrieve 94.9% of the raw materials needed to make new plastic. Since the plastic degrading is being done by an enzyme and not the whole bacteria, it has the added benefit of not being able to reproduce uncontrollably. Other experts in the field are impressed. Sarah Kakadilis, who studies the plastics bioeconomy at the Imperial College of London in the UK, comments, quote, "It's a drastic improvement compared to other enzymes that have been developed so far. The great advantage of enzymes is that they can be much more specific than chemical catalysts. It could be easier, in theory, to degrade much more diverse waste using enzymes." What I really liked about the study is the fact that they took it outside the lab to some extent. She's referring to trying the enzyme on real plastic products bought at a local supermarket instead of a lab. Baiyan Wu from the Chinese Academy of Science states, quote, "This study proved the machine learning method is useful in enzyme engineering." He goes on to state that the AI managed to uncover certain modifications that were ignored by other methods. The Texas team is continuing to investigate the practical aspects of enzyme recycling, as well as expanding the range of materials. So what are some drawbacks? It should be noted that the enzyme's optimal working temperature is 50 degrees Celsius, which is too high to work in ambient.
Yeah, that's still pretty inconvenient. And I'm curious on what the cost would be.
Conditions. But perhaps, with better neural networks, we could take this optimal operating temperature down to ambient room temperature. So in conclusion, there are still massive amounts of work to be done to solve the plastic waste problem, but this is a start. Really, it is actually early days, seeing that the enzyme itself was only found in 2016, but this latest news about AI making it much more practical, I think is a bright spot to watch. It's interesting, because whenever I talk about AI, there's a small subset of viewers that keep asking, why can't AI do useful things? To them, my other episodes about AI making music, art, writing, and having conversations was entirely useless. But I think a super efficient enzyme designed by AI for the sole purpose of destroying plastic is something that most people could appreciate. As we've already started to see on this channel, the AI cycle of improvement is exponential. So who knows what changes could come to enzyme design in the future? So what do you guys think? Feel free to discuss here or on the Cold Fusion Discord. If you think more people should know about this, feel free to pass this episode along. So for some housekeeping, I've been nominated for an award.
Very cool. Thank you so much, Oily Olive, for sharing that. I'm curious, did they include the publication? I'm assuming this was published. It wasn't. Some sort of scientific publication. Sources. Looks like this one, maybe. Machine learn, okay. Cool. Probably gonna save this. Actually, I think maybe this has already been shared with me by someone in the Discord. Actually, I gotta double check that. Let's see. I don't know Malone that well. He had a small role in the first COVID-19 vaccine, I believe, and argued against COVID. Yeah, they're Robert Malone. Like, I really wouldn't listen to anything he has to say. Yeah. I don't think you're the only one that's 95% plastic. Desolate Mirror. I think that's pretty much everyone now on the planet. That's what it seems like. This is the study here. I'm probably gonna like briefly go through it at another time, or maybe on my own to make sure I actually understand it. But this is basically an example of protein engineering and design, which is, you know, a growing field, because this is kind of like a new skill in our toolkit, where it's like it's no easy task to engineer or design a protein at all. Let's see. Well, I don't blame you if you want to inject the enzymes to disintegrate all of the plastic that's in pretty much everyone's body and bloodstream. That might be, you know, a viable solution somewhere down the road. Who knows? Is the Discord not working? Good work. I have to check my stuff. But exclamation Discord should work. Something is off. I apologize for. If you want the Discord link, I can give it to you. Just give me a moment. That's it. If you want to join, no pressure. I'm not sure what's wrong with my stuff. Like, exclamation Discord should work. Gonna have to double check. Where was I? Oh, right, my playlist. But on the topic, I guess, of plastic, one moment. And to Desolate Mirror's point, let's see. I've covered this before, but, you know, to Desolate Mirror's point, we are increasingly becoming made of plastic. If not, maybe more appropriately to say we are increasingly becoming contaminated with plastic. Because it's in our food chain, pretty explicitly outlined here in the title of this article. In the Journal of Food Additives and Contaminants, review of micro and nanoplastic contamination in the food chain. And then pretty much abundance, composition, and potential intake of microplastic in canned fish. And what I would say is, at least based off of the research that I've gone over, if you want to minimize your consumption of microplastics, it's probably best, at the very least, avoid seafood. Since that just seems like a pretty high concentration of microplastics. And, we're now trying to answer the question of, like, now that we know, okay, that these plastics are accumulating in our bodies, okay, what are going to be, if any, the physiological or biological effects, on our bodies? Because, they're accumulating, they're interacting with things, and they are probably not this, like, inert, innocuous thing that's just hanging around in your body. Because very often, on the plastic, there's kind of like stuff hitching a ride on those plastics. And those things hitching a ride are very often like other chemicals. And so you have the plastic itself that might have some sort of biological or physiological effect on your body, but then there's also the associated chemicals that are hitching a ride on those plastics, etc., etc. And so, like, yeah, we're asking ourselves these questions of, like, what are the intestinal effects, immunotoxicity effects? But this is early days of research. This research is in its infancy. But as they conclude, despite the scarcity of reports directly relevant to human, this review brings together a growing body of evidence showing that nano and microplastic exposure disturbs the gut microbiota and critical intestinal functions. Such effects may promote the development of chronic immune disorders. Wow, Oily Olive, thank you so much for the gifted sub. To Armories, much appreciated. Again, I can't thank you enough, basically. Further investigation of this threat to human health is warranted. And so again, I don't want to be alarmist, okay? This is early research in its infancy. And so again, I don't want to fearmonger. It may very well be the case that these microplastics don't really do all that much, or there's not really a huge concern with them. It's kind of like an open question at this point. But, like, of the little evidence that we have, it's hinting at, okay, that maybe there might be some negative effects. And I think they're prudent with their language, as they should be. And I want to emphasize that. They're saying may promote, not will promote, may promote. Yeah, I'm not in favor. Maybe at some point I'll do a deeper dive on Dr. John Campbell. Yes, we're gonna watch this. We debunked the latest corporate climate change.
First,
live.
there was green.
Green technology.
Then there was sustainable.
Sustainable.
This year, there's a hot new environmental buzzword.
Net zero.
Net zero.
Net zero.
Net zero.
Net zero is climate meeting insider speak for a sort of ideal state of equilibrium. When a company or country removes the same amount of carbon from the atmosphere as it emits. Theoretically, if every company and nation achieved that, global warming would stop. Imagine that. At the recent World Economic Forum, an impressive list of major companies touted their net zero pledges. After decades of inaction, climbing carbon emissions, and rising temperatures, it appears like something finally might be shifting.
We're witnessing really the emergence of a new environmental capitalism.
If governments won't fix this, corporations certainly can, right? Probably not. These corporate climate pledges might be worse than just empty promises. They could obstruct efforts to stop climate change before it's too late. We're going to show the 3 major flaws that make net zero an illusion. The first and biggest flaw Many net zero goals are set way into the future,
by 2030,
2040,
2045.
essentially kicking the can down the road. Meatpacking giant JBS slaughters almost 9 million animals every day. That's a whole lot of methane, diesel fuel, and deforestation. JBS announced last year it's going net zero by 2040.
JBS, bringing more to the table.
But in the last 5 years, it increased emissions by 50%. 2040 is 18 years away, so it looks a lot like JBS just gave itself 18 more years to pump out the CO2. It's like promising a doctor you'll quit smoking in 18 years. But until then, you ramp up. Now, here's the second problem. This new generation of corporate pledges come with big caveats. Exxon recently committed to net zero by 2050. It's responsible for 762 million tons of greenhouse gas emissions every year, about the same as Germany. This sounds huge. It sounds almost too good to be true. It is. When an oil company says it's going net zero, don't be fooled into thinking the company plans to address emissions from the oil it actually sells. Exxon's net zero pledge doesn't cover 85% of its carbon footprint. That emission is common. Take 10 of the biggest publicly traded companies, only 2 net zero pledges address the full damage done by their businesses. That's why you always read the fine print. These pledges often rely on technology that's nowhere near ready yet. Remember, companies are promising they'll figure out how to remove carbon from the atmosphere in the future. To be fair, one idea does look sort of promising. It's called direct air capture. Essentially, giant fans suck CO2 out of the atmosphere and store it somewhere safe. But there are just 19 direct air capture plants in the entire world, which in a year can remove the annual emissions of only about 700 Americans. It'll be decades before that technology can be used at scale, if ever. Here's another potential carbon-sucking fix from Jeff Bezos.
Nature-based solutions. That's the key.
Nature-based solutions. That's usually another way of saying planting trees.
Even small things, like planting trees, can help the planet.
Actually,
I feel like Jeff Bezos has a lot of money to plant trees. I feel like if you want to plant trees, and lots of trees, he could do that.
Planting trees to offset Amazon's emissions wouldn't be a small thing. To remove the company's current emissions from the air, they'd have to plant 2.5 billion...
Oh wow, Smite Knight. Thank you so much for the raid. Welcome. My notifications are off. Apologies if I'm late to the knowing about the raid. Thank you so much. I hope you had a great stream, Smite Knight. I have no doubt that you did. And thank you so much for the raid. I'm Corey Campbell. I'm a lefty scientist. I cover some politics, science, and research. And earlier today, I covered about basically in the stream title, how the world is on fire, largely due to climate change. Covered some COVID research, had a great conversation with Zeron, and now we're just watching this climate video, or debunking some of the climate myths that companies make.
Trees, an area the size of Costa Rica, every year. TED Talks, endless panels, and ovations, these glitzy events mask a terrifying truth. These corporations don't yet know how to fulfill their science fiction net zero pledges, and they've given themselves decades to figure it out. But outside the boardroom, one thing's certain: the planet's in a full-blown meltdown. And it's definitely not waiting for 2040.
And so on this theme of climate change, I think there's hopefully an interesting video of why capitalism loves disaster.
3 million.
By this YouTube channel here, Our Changing Climate. I think they produce really great content. Let me just make sure I have decent audio levels.
Customers without power. No heat, no water after this first storm, and it's been deadly.
Residents are experiencing some of the worst winter weather of their lives.
In 2021,
Texas froze over. For a U.S. state known for its heat, the sudden cold snap in the winter of that year was a brutal shock to residents across the region. Power lines froze, plumbing stopped working.
That is essentially part of their, as far as I remember and recall, that is essentially part of their natural digestive process, is the production of methane. Actually, cows have a pretty complex digestive system. Particularly the bacteria that they have in their GI tract is pretty complicated, and it produces all kinds of organic compounds, including methane. So to answer your question, if I remember correctly, I think it is basically the result of their natural digestive system.
And roads were rendered undrivable. 246 people died because they were unable to access the basic means to live. And in the midst of this disaster, when power was shut off across much of Texas, forcing people to suffer through days of intense cold, the private companies managing Texas electric grids were making a killing.
Many Texans are now facing sky-high electricity bills.
Texas is just one harbinger of what's to come. Natural disasters are no longer natural. Not only are they supercharged by climate change, but in the wake of these climate-caused catastrophes, businesses and free market policy hawks exploit those who survive. People in the throes of disasters are unable to push back against new policies and agendas that foreground profit and capitalist accumulation over human well-being. Today we unpack this by understanding how and why disasters like the Texas freeze are used by capitalism. Today we ask, what is disaster capitalism and why does it matter? This video was made possible by CuriosityStream and Nebula. If you've been watching OCC for a while, you might know that I have a ton of content that can't be found on YouTube over on the creator-made streaming service Nebula, like my full video on why direct air capture is capitalism's biggest gamble, or a whole video I just made explaining the core principles behind eco-socialism, and much, much more. You can see all of them on Nebula by signing up for the CuriosityStream Nebula bundle at curiositystream.com/OCC or using the link in the description below. Only a crisis, actual or perceived, produces real change. When that crisis occurs, the actions that are taken depend on the ideas that are lying around. This quote, penned by the father of neoliberalism, Milton Friedman, in his book Capitalism and Freedom, is the seed of disaster capitalism. To Friedman, crisis breeds change, but the nature of that change is tied to what ideas are available at the time. It was his life's work to make free market capitalism the idea lying around. From 1962, when that quote was first put to the page, up until today, Friedman and his followers have been remarkably successful in that task. It wasn't until the aftermath of the initial invasion of Iraq in 2003 and the subsequent terror campaign by the US military that destabilized the whole country that this free market disaster agenda emerged into the limelight. After witnessing the atrocities of Iraq, journalist Naomi Klein set out to understand how and why policies of capitalism rooted in privatization, deregulation, and the free market, also known as neoliberalism, tend to emerge directly after disasters. She sums up her finding in the 2007 book, The Shock Doctrine, and reveals the plans of right-wing governments and free market hawks.
After a shocking event, a war, coup, terrorist attack, market crash, or natural disaster, they exploit the public's disorientation, suspend democracy, push through radical free market policies that enrich the 1% at the expense of the poor and middle class.
In short, capitalists harness the shock of disasters, whether natural or unnatural, to ram through policies of privatization and austerity, buy up property cheaply, and exploit shattered communities for profit. And as we'll soon see, disaster capitalists have been hard at work enacting this change since.
Oh, no worries, Oily Olive. Take care of yourself. I'm hoping that your back issues get resolved quickly. And yeah, take care of yourself. Be well.
Since the 1960s. On September 11th, 1973, a battle raged in the streets surrounding the Chilean Capitol building. A group of military officers led by General Augusto Pinochet and backed by the economic and political might of the United States ousted the democratically elected and immensely popular socialist leader of Chile, Salvador Allende. In place of Allende's policies, which included free milk for children, land redistribution, and the nationalization of industries like healthcare, the US-backed Pinochet regime stepped in and instigated military rule. They rounded up thousands of suspected leftists and tortured, killed, or disappeared them. Later reports by the National Commission on Political Imprisonment and Torture, as well as the National Commission for Truth and Reconciliation, found that Pinochet's regime committed over 30,000 human rights abuses. In the midst of this terrible violence heaped onto the Chilean public by the new military government, Milton Friedman's protégés in Chile, known as the Chicago Boys, began whispering policy recommendations and neoliberal ideas into Pinochet's ear. Policies that had been drummed up in cooperation with the CIA months before the coup took place that foregrounded free market ideas of privatization and deregulation. By 1975, Pinochet had unleashed these neoliberal policies upon Chile. His regime sought to turn back much of the nationalization accomplished by Allende. They reprivatized agricultural land distributed under Allende, as well as sold off industries like state-held mines to Pinochet's son-in-law for low prices. All told, Pinochet's government sold off an estimated $3.6 billion worth of state-owned assets. In a matter of years, Chile was brutally shocked from a socialist economy to a capitalist one. An economy so in line with Milton Friedman's neoliberal ideology that he called the reorientation a miracle. The Chilean coup.
And, of course, at least no surprise to me, now Milton Friedman is an economist. And I don't know, not to demonize an entire discipline. But, I don't really hold economists in all that high regard, generally speaking. Obviously, not universally bad. But it does seem like economics kind of attracts pretty questionable people. And there's actually some research to back this up. Because I noticed this trend and I thought I was asking the question of has anybody researched this? What type of person goes to study economics? And it seems like it's really not the greatest people. Which not that they're all bad. But even something as simple as academia, economists themselves are asking this question. Is it selection or indoctrination? Why do economics students donate less than the rest? And this is a study from the 90s. Are economists different? And if so, why? In addition, or alternatively, economic students might adapt their behavior over time to the basic axioms of the theories they study. These conjectures may be called, respectively, the selection and learning hypotheses. And so there appears to be kind of a dynamic interplay. Of it doesn't seem like the most altruistic people go into economics. And so it selects for those type of people. And also at the same time, it seems like, if you're going into economics as sort of a blank slate, you get kind of indoctrinated, or certain values are cultivated of kind of being a selfish jerk. And therefore, you just become more selfish. And that's why, economic students donate less than the rest. They just tend to be kind of greedy, selfish, and not the most, if not the least altruistic actors. And so, yeah, it's not a surprise to me. Milton Friedman is an economist and, did some questionable or shady things. That seems kind of par for the course for many people studying economics. No offense to Bob Marley, fellow follower and VIP of my community. Like Bob Marley is the exception. They're the good kind of economic student.
Who is a textbook example of disaster capitalism.
Satellite of Love, welcome. Thank you so much for passing by. Had an economics professor that was a Marxian economist. It was pretty, I have, again, I'm not going to like demonize, or I don't want to stigmatize an entire discipline, because there's, as you pointed out, there are still good actors in the field. But it does seem to be the case, at least from as far as I can tell, that economics seems to kind of select for or attract a certain type of person. But there are still, good, decent people that go in to study economics.
Certainly not the only example. In the wake of political crises like the fall of the Soviet Union in the 1990s, East Timor after its decades-long war with Indonesia in 2000, and Iraq after 2003, right-wing governments, the World Bank, and NGOs rammed through neoliberal programs. East Timor, for example, was only allowed loans from the World Bank under the condition that it cut its public budget and personnel while simultaneously paying private contractors substantial sums of money for advice. While in Iraq, nationalized industries were dismantled and replaced with private corporations like Halliburton and Bechtel. Both American companies were given massive contracts to help quote-unquote rebuild Iraq. The results of those privatization efforts speak for themselves.
Rebuilding in Iraq has consumed tens of billions of dollars. The massive effort, which started with high hopes but is now mired in problems of corruption, waste, and mismanagement.
And even after unmanufactured disasters like Hurricane Mitch, which ravaged Central America in 1998, free market policies were forced on countries in exchange for recovery aid. Honduras privatized airports and highways and made it easier for foreigners to buy up land, while Nicaragua announced plans to privatize its electricity and petroleum sectors, and Guatemala announced plans to sell off its phone system. The list of disasters used to push through neoliberal policies goes on. With each new disaster, the threat of deregulation and privatization looms. And we are now entering into an age of constant disaster, of climate chaos. Fossil-fueled capitalism continues to put more and more carbon dioxide into the atmosphere year after year, heating up the planet and giving rise to even more disasters. Our current system is forging a disaster capitalist spiral, creating the circumstances for more and ever worsening crises that it then uses to increase corporate profits and build systems of neoliberal capitalism that make future disasters even harsher. 13 years ago, ex-Wall Street banker Phil Heilberg was traveling through South Sudan buying up land. He wasn't purchasing millions of acres of fertile land in South Sudan because he wanted to move there or because he had dreams of becoming a farmer. Phil Heilberg was betting on disaster. According to the reporting by Mackenzie Funk in Rolling Stone magazine, Heilberg sought to cash in on a looming food crisis. At the time, global food prices were doubling and tripling, and Heilberg saw this disaster as an opportunity to strike it rich. If he owned huge tracts of arable and healthy land, he could potentially make a killing by leasing or selling that land to farmers in desperate need of healthy soil to grow their crops. This is just a taste of what's in store for us under a future of climate change. Indeed, land grabs like Heilberg's have already begun, with billionaires buying up thousands of acres of land.
Bill Gates owns more land than all of the entire city of New York. Jeff Bezos' land is double the amount.
To those hell-bent on capitalist accumulation and free market policy, climate change will, as the 2006 Stern Review, a 700-page report on the economics of climate change, concludes, create significant business opportunities. As if it wasn't bad enough that capitalism has given rise to the climate crisis and the disasters it's leaving in its wake, it will continue a vicious cycle of profiting off of climate disasters.
I totally agree. And I'm a pretty radical left-leaning person. I think there should be limits on the amount of land that you can own. I also think there should be a limit on, how big your house can be, on the amount of money that you can make. But I'm way out there.
as well, using these catastrophes to solidify its reign. In this sense, capitalism is both the hunter and the scavenger. It bolsters industries fueling climate chaos and then picks at the remains in a way that renders communities already ravaged by climate change even more vulnerable. Let's head back to Texas in 2021 to see this emerging climate disaster capitalism in action. Since 1999, Texas has steadily marched down the road of energy deregulation. In the name of competition, better prices, and service, the Texas government gutted energy standards and allowed a host of private utility companies to compete for contracts. Texas's electric grid was beginning to look like something right out of Milton Friedman's playbook. But this meant companies cut corners. Utilities failed to winterize gas pipelines, maintain emergency energy reserves, as well as ignored known failure points in their systems. And then in February of 2021, the stretching of the polar vortex, which could be the result of climate change, led to a brutal cold snap. The Texas energy grid quite literally froze over. Millions were left without power. In the midst of this disaster, energy companies were raking in profits. To keep the heat on, customers were charged inhumane prices. Texas utility companies made so much money that one executive boasted to investors that the week of the cold snap was like hitting the jackpot. Deregulation made this climate disaster worse. Then capitalists reaped the benefits while the rest suffered. This also happened with Puerto Rico in the wake of Hurricane Maria, a disaster supercharged by climate change and made worse by decades of austerity measures forced on Puerto Rico in exchange for escape from the shackles of illegitimate debt. After the storm flattened Puerto Rico's electric grid, the government awarded a private company, Luma, with a contract to help rebuild it, as well as continued its history of austerity policies by shutting down over 300 schools, all in the name of balancing the budget and freeing up money for recovery. Disaster capitalism struck again after Hurricane Irma decimated the island of Barbuda. For centuries, the people of Barbuda have held resources and land on the island in common. But after the storm struck, the Prime Minister of Antigua and Barbuda sought to privatize that land by pushing land reform, luxury resorts, and foreign investments onto Barbudans against their will in order to kickstart the island's recovery efforts. But disaster capitalism hasn't been the only recovery model at play. In the wake of Maria, another way stood in defiance of this disaster capitalist model. One based not on how much profit can be squeezed out of the land and people, but instead on some...
Revered Simp, welcome. And also, I guess, welcome back to the States. Well, I'm not in the States, but welcome back to your home. I hope your training and trip was fantastic. Thank you so much for passing by. And like, yeah, I'm hoping that your dream job and dream training has lived up to that expectations.
Something else. Despite the crushing sadness and anger that comes from...
It also seems like, you know, you got out of Europe in the nick of time before, before everything was set on fire.
Witnessing disaster capitalism, it also gives me hope. Going back to that Milton Friedman quote, when a crisis occurs, the actions that are taken depend on the ideas that are lying around. Key to this is that the ideas don't have to be neoliberal capitalism. It can instead be life-affirming, zero-carbon ideas centered around helping people and planet, not on increasing profits. This is exactly what happened when Hurricane Maria left the barrio of Mariana without electricity, internet access, food stores, and roads to the outside world for weeks. Unlike crypto millionaires swooping in to snatch up lucrative property or harnessing the shock of a hurricane to place the electric grid in private hands, the people of Mariana came together and used the strength of their community to not only survive, but thrive in the face of disaster. This looked like quickly establishing a community health center, a central hub for free food distribution, and connecting with other aid groups to bring Wi-Fi and solar panels back to the area. One community member, Christine Nieves Rodriguez, writes about this collective resilience. She says that within 5 days of Maria, we had launched Proyecto de Apoyo Mutuo. By 10 days, we were feeding 300 people from all completely self-organized and self-funded efforts. Donations started coming in, but the most important thing was people on the ground who worked tirelessly and contributed whatever food, skills, and money they had. They all contributed their whole selves so that the place was full of respect and solidarity. Instead of neoliberal policies and profit hunting, the ideas laying around for this community were ones of collective responsibility and sustainability, of mutual aid. Climate change will continue to pound the world with disasters. If we do nothing, disaster capitalism will inevitably seek to shape the world of those on the front lines to its image. But if we struggle for something more, if we recognize that neoliberalism, and more broadly capitalism, is hamstringing any efforts to recover and create resilience in the face of climate chaos, we have a chance. That struggle must include alternatives, like the Community of Mariana's Apoyo Mutuo project. We must have policies, ideas, and networks of care in place so that when disaster strikes, we not only have the means to recover, but we also have the means to forge a world where resilience and collective healing is foregrounded. And maybe in that world, disaster doesn't have to mean catastrophe. One of those ideas that could be laying around is eco-socialism, something that I've mentioned a lot in my videos, but if you're curious,
that dirty word socialism,
about taking a deeper dive into what
and coupled with eco, that's just crazy talk. And Thrasha, I don't think I welcomed you, I can't remember. But either way, welcome.
Exactly eco-socialism proposes, I made a full-length companion video on Nebula seeking to answer that question. You can find the video and a bunch of other content by me that's not on YouTube over on Nebula. And if you don't know by now, a group of educational creators on YouTube teamed up to create a streaming service called Nebula that is home to tons of ad-free exclusive content, like a bunch of extended videos and interviews from me, as well as original videos from other creators, their big budget movies.
That's the end of the video. It's just an ad for the rest. And again, I will bring it back of like, you know, maybe again a bright spot of all these disasters, this disaster capitalism. Maybe it will sway hearts and minds. The ones who are on the fence, the ones who don't actually believe in climate change or global warming. Maybe as a result of all these disasters, these extreme heats, these wildfires, you know, when their house is burning down, maybe then they'll start to take climate change seriously. And maybe that's, you know, the very tiny bright spot in all of this and these disasters and extreme weather events. And like, yeah, this extreme fire weather, you know, is more or less characterized, essentially predicted. You know, it's highlighted by this paper, published not that long ago, published this year, I think back in January, so pretty much the start of this year. Where it's like, you know, it seems like we're basically going in the direction of like, you know, the world being on fire, or maybe just the world turning into an oven, and then things being set on fire. I agree totally with that. Satellite of Love. Oh, and Sir Leviticus 69. Welcome. Thanks so much for passing by. It's hot, but not fire hot. Well, I don't know. I'm pretty sure, like, the wildfires occurring disagree with you. And that I think there's good evidence. Maybe I exaggerated. Maybe it's not the whole world. But there's definitely much, you know, more and more parts of the world are being set on fire or spontaneously catching fire. And also, I'm super glad to hear that your boss is a dope human being. That is always a huge plus. Well, I'm hoping that we're going to be okay. And in my heart of hearts, deep down in my core, I'm an optimist, or at least I try to be. And I want to have faith that we're going to be okay, but it's definitely difficult to like have that position day in and day out with everything that's going on. I'm curious as to what makes you so optimistic. But to end off, we're gonna end off the stream with some science videos. Specifically this one.
If you happen to be walking out in the arid open plains of southwest Queensland, Australia, you might see the black head of a snake appearing out of a crack in the dry ground, basking in the intense heat of the Australian sun. While it might not look as immediately threatening as a cobra or a rattlesnake, this is an animal you want to avoid.
I mean, I hope you're right. I hope you're right. I would be happy if that's the outcome. I just, I'm very much on the fence at this point. I think I've always believed that it will just be like the Terminator movies, where a select few people go off into the mountains during the apocalypse. That wouldn't surprise me as the outcome either. Renewable equals endless energy equals endless profits. Oil equals limited. I mean, I don't disagree with this logic, but is that I might be ignorant, but I don't see this playing out. Oh, Mezer, thank you so much for the follow. Much appreciated. Happy to have you here. But I don't see this playing out in reality. This just appears to be like on paper so far.
Avoid at all costs. It's the inland taipan, the most venomous snake in the world. According to its lethality rating, the LD50, its venom is about 7 times more deadly than that of the hook-nosed sea snake, around 23 times more potent than the Indian cobra, and 72 times more deadly than the venom of the king cobra. One bite from the king cobra releases, on average, 420 milligrams of venom, enough to kill around 2,600 mice. But one bite from the inland taipan, which only releases about 44 milligrams of venom on average, could kill up to 220,000 mice. And in some cases, inland...
I mean, I understand why they're using it, but to me this is quite an interesting metric to use, just number of mice killed. This is like sort of as silly as like the horsepower of cars. Of like, who cares? It's nice numbers, whatever, 300, 500 horsepower. So I guess get a simple message across. But like, the body count of mice, I guess, is one way to get across how lethal a certain venom is.
Taipans have been shown to inject over 110 milligrams of venom in a single bite. That's enough to kill 500,000 mice, or over 100 humans. Even a small bite from an inland taipan can cause permanent damage, and if you're not given the taipan antivenom within 45 minutes, you'll most likely bleed out from your wound, your kidneys will shut down, and your body will go into paralysis, leading to respiratory failure and death. Before antivenom was readily available, every bite from an inland taipan was fatal. But why is it so lethal? And how does it do so much damage to the human body? And how did it evolve to become the most dangerous venom in the world? To understand why the inland taipan is so deadly, we first need to understand where venom emerged in the evolutionary tree.
So I think that's like, you are correct that the green energy industry is rapidly growing. But just to like sort of casually brush off that it's going to take time, that's kind of like the problem, is that we don't have a lot of time to dramatically implement all these solutions overnight, and it doesn't seem like there's the political will to do that. I mean, the fact that there appears to be kind of like a timeline in order to avoid really extreme disaster, I don't see how you're casually brushing that off. Personal.
Like so many hunting and feeding traits in animals, venom in snakes appeared due to dramatic changes in geography and habitat over millions of years. It's not clear exactly when and how venom appeared in snakes. It could have either come from a single origin around 170 million years ago, leading to toxicity in the venom of many diverse reptile species, or it could have evolved independently across multiple lineages. So we might not know exactly when it evolved, but it's generally understood why it evolved. Based on fossil records, it's been suggested that the first snakes caught and killed their prey by mechanical constriction. Like modern constrictors, these early snakes had robust vertebrae and short but powerful muscles between the vertebrae, allowing the spine to flex at multiple positions. A snake constricts its prey by capturing it within several loops in the spine, and then applying pressure, using the short distances between the vertebrae to create tight angles within the loops. The prey's blood flow to vital organs, the brain and the heart, is restricted, causing the animal to fall unconscious and eventually die from cardiac arrest. The forest-rich habitats of the Jurassic era were perfectly suited to this exact sort of predation. A snake could hide in the dense undergrowth, patiently waiting for its prey to pass, grabbing it quickly and trapping it between the loops of its spine before it could escape. The relationship between a snake's method of killing their prey and their habitat is something we still observe today. We tend to find constricting snakes like boas in jungles and dense environments, as these habitats are perfect for ambushing their prey. But what happens if you open up the environment? During the Miocene period, from about 23 to 6 million years ago, environments across the world began to slowly change. The air became cooler, the conditions drier, and differences in local climates became more pronounced, leading to areas opening up to form savannas. These were perfect for the development of rodent and bird life, but less ideal for the
I think you're kind of like ignoring some things personally. But I guess, we can agree to disagree, and that's fine. But I would just say that, you kind of brush off the fact, whether intentionally or not, that there is still a human toll to what we are experiencing as a result of climate change. Like, there are still people dying of these heat waves and these extreme weather events. And so it's like, you're almost, whether intentionally or not, it's almost like you're saying, well, just ignore that and keep your head up. And just kind of like, well, who cares if there's still thousands, tens of thousands, potentially millions dying, or millions being displaced at some point. So I would just, don't brush that aside.
Constricting snakes. The snakes that were ideally suited for constriction weren't suited to chasing animals across these new, more open landscapes. This required longer, multi-segmented muscle chains instead of shorter, more powerful blocks of muscles used for constriction. And so, if snakes needed to chase their prey, they also needed a new way to immobilize and kill them: venom. Over millions of years of evolution, snake venom has developed into a complex cocktail of biological toxins that can stop prey dead in their tracks. In most cases, the amount and toxicity of the venom delivered by a bite is far beyond what is required to kill a single animal. But why does it need to be so lethal? It's because venom serves many different functions. It prevents prey from escaping, it calms them down, stopping a return attack, and it also, very importantly, begins the process of digestion. Killing the prey is an added bonus, not just because it means that they can't run away, but also because it speeds up the process of extracting the necessary nutrients from the animal. But what's really astonishing about snake venom is not only has it evolved to be highly toxic to a snake's target prey, venom has also found more than one way of achieving this toxicity. The black mamba, native to Africa, and the coastal taipan, native to Australia, are both members of the elapid genus. They both have similar body sizes, color, and venom toxicity, and they both hunt similar-sized mammals like rats and mice. But the biological components of their venom is very different. The black mamba's venom is mostly made up from so-called Kunitz-type peptides and three-finger alpha neurotoxins. But the coastal taipan venom is made up of mostly phospholipases, beta neurotoxins which have a completely different mechanism of action to alpha neurotoxins. We'll get on to how these different toxins work later, but this is just one example of convergent evolution. The venom of these two species are designed to do exactly the same thing, but have a very different composition. We see these large and small variations in venom composition in similar snakes across the world. Let's take the 3 Australasian taipans as another example. The Central Ranges taipan, found in the mountainous regions of Western Australia, the coastal taipan, found along the east coast of Australia and the southern border of Papua New Guinea, and of course the inland taipan, found in the outback of Western Queensland. Each species survives on an entirely mammalian diet, and they all eat similar-sized animals, but there are surprising variations in the composition of their venoms. The Central Ranges taipan, like the black mamba, has venom made up from almost entirely three-finger alpha neurotoxins. Coastal taipan venom, as we saw before, is mostly made up from phospholipase beta neurotoxins. And the inland taipan has a deadly combination of both of these types of neurotoxins. It's difficult to say exactly why the inland taipan has evolved such a potent venom. It might be because of the scarcity and difficulty of catching its prey in the open areas of the outback. But it could also be as a result of random gene mutations that haven't been selected against. Either way, there's no denying its toxicity. Despite how powerful its venom is, the inland taipan will bite its prey multiple times, recoiling after each strike to allow the venom to surge through the body. It injects a mixture.
I mean, it does look pretty evil, or like a pretty menacing snake, not gonna lie.
Of toxic proteins into the bloodstream and subcutaneous fat, which begin to act instantly. First, one type of enzyme breaks down the proteins in the blood and the blood vessels, loosening the connective tissue, weakening the walls of the capillaries, and triggering inflammation in the body. Alongside this, another type of enzyme helps to increase the rate of absorption and spread of the venom, acting as a sort of venom accelerant. So what actually kills the animal? Well, first there are the hemotoxins. Inland taipan venom contains a number of proteins which encourage clotting of the blood. On small amounts of blood outside the body, this can cause it to turn into jelly, causing almost complete coagulation. But when acting on much larger volumes of blood inside the body, the opposite occurs. Thousands of small clots are formed very rapidly, using up almost all of the blood clotting factors. So instead of causing coagulation of the blood, it actually prevents blood from clotting at the site of the injury, leading to potentially lethal external bleeding. The next organs that are vulnerable are the kidneys. These might be directly damaged by certain proteins in the inland taipan venom, or what's more likely, indirectly damaged by toxins that affect the muscles. These myotoxins specifically target muscle fibers, causing the release of damaged muscle tissue into the bloodstream. The kidneys then kick into action, trying to remove the damaged tissue from the blood.
Seems like it, so far, looks like it's going to affect every organ in the body.
But the myoglobin in the muscle fibers is toxic to the kidneys, blocking the kidney's complex filtration system and causing the organs to fail. On top.
Yeah, so myoglobin, similar to hemoglobin, that's basically the oxygen carrier for your muscles.
Complex filtration system and causing the organs to fail. On top of this, the now severely damaged and almost dead skeletal muscle pulls large amounts of fluid from the blood, sending the body into shock. But if the animal, by some miracle, manages to survive the bleeding and kidney failure caused by this first set of toxic proteins, there is almost no chance it will survive the effects of the second set, the neurotoxins, the proteins that are primarily responsible for the venom's remarkable lethality. As we saw with black mamba and coastal taipan venom, these toxins are separated into two categories, alpha and beta neurotoxins. The alpha neurotoxins in inland taipan venom are fast-acting, deadly proteins, targeting acetylcholine receptors at the junction between the muscles and the nervous system. Acetylcholine is a vital neurotransmitter, which allows the nervous system to communicate with the muscles, controlling the contraction and relaxation of muscle fibers. So when the venom's alpha neurotoxins bind to these receptors, they prevent acetylcholine from binding, stopping communication between the brain and the muscles, leading to rapid muscular paralysis. But despite how dangerous this sounds, this process is relatively easy to reverse. The binding of the toxin to the receptor isn't very strong, and if you're bitten, the paralysis caused by these toxins can be overridden by administering an antivenom, as long as it's injected within 30 minutes of the bite. But things aren't
It's not the largest window.
quite as simple for the other type of neurotoxin in inland taipan venom, the beta neurotoxins. These are much slower acting, but considerably more lethal. The primary beta neurotoxin in inland taipan venom
First of all, if that's the actual snake of like the deadliest venom, and like they're they're handling it with their bare hands, like close to the fangs. It looks like it seems like they're extracting venom here. And so it's like, I don't know, you're really walking the line, at least it seems like. I'm sure they're trained professionals, but it obviously takes quite a bit of courage to do that.
Lower acting, but considerably more lethal. The primary beta neurotoxin in inland taipan venom is called paradoxin, and is part of a family of enzymatic proteins that are found naturally within cells. But in most cells, their activity and concentration are carefully controlled due to the dramatic effect they can have on the cellular machinery. Paradoxin primarily acts on the components of the cell membrane, specifically targeting the chemical bond which joins the long-chain fatty acid to the glycerol molecule within a phospholipid. Paradoxin breaks this bond, which, by itself, is enough to cause significant damage to a cell, potentially rupturing the cell membrane. But it's actually the product of this reaction that causes the biggest problems. When the phospholipid is broken, it releases a fatty acid chain, specifically a molecule called arachidonic acid, and it's this that ultimately leads to permanent paralysis and death. Again, like with the alpha neurotoxins, the site of action of paradoxin is the neuromuscular junction, the point of connection between the nervous system and the muscles. If paradoxin gets into the presynaptic cell, it'll start by breaking down phospholipids to produce arachidonic acid, which then triggers a stream of calcium ions to be released. Cells are very sensitive to changes in the amount of certain ions, and this large increase in calcium ion concentration causes almost all of the acetylcholine to be released from the synapse. The acetylcholine travels across the synapse and binds to its receptors, causing them to become desensitized and turn off for a short period of time. By itself, this wouldn't be enough to cause paralysis, but now there's a critical problem with the communication system. Almost all of the acetylcholine has now been used up. And even if the cell wanted to make more, it can't, because the arachidonic acid has also prevented reuptake of choline, the molecule required to make acetylcholine. But this isn't the only problem caused by paradoxin. If it gets into the post-synapse, it can also deactivate acetylcholine.
So that's I'm going to sort of speculate on the spot. And I think there's kind of like two separate questions in terms of like developing an immunity. There's the question of like, does our body have the ability to develop immunity against these neurotoxins? The answer is I would suspect, and I'm pretty confident, that the answer is yes. We technically have the ability, because many of the ingredients in the venom are like proteins and peptides, and we have in our immune system the ability to neutralize peptides and proteins. Our body develops antibodies against peptides and proteins all the time. That's like a built-in feature of our immune system. I think the problem is, like, can you do that before you die, right? And that's where probably almost certainly the answer is no. But the question I think becomes is like, can you train your immune system like in a controlled fashion of like with the tiniest controlled doses of this venom? Could you induce immunity in you? I would say the answer there is probably. And also if you have the courage enough to try that. But I think, and me, I would speculate that if in a controlled fashion, in like really the tiniest doses, sort of like the old-fashioned way of like, you know, the person drinking small doses of poison, or starting small and then going higher and higher until eventually they just become immune to the poison. You could, I suspect you can do something similar here, with the venom from the snake. But obviously, since it's so potent, like, you are talking about like a microscopic amount that is like probably like virtually impossible to measure. Yeah. Well, then I apologize, Thrasha. But I think they're explaining it pretty nicely.
Receptors completely. Again, the same thing happens. Phospholipids are broken down into arachidonic acid, which causes a massive release of calcium ions. But this time, the calcium ions activate enzymes which turn off the acetylcholine receptors, even causing them to be removed from the cell membrane for a number of hours. The result of all of this is a complete and irreversible shutdown of the neuromuscular junction. The brain can't consciously or unconsciously communicate with the muscles, and the body is totally paralyzed. The lungs can't inflate, the heart stops beating, and the animal dies of respiratory failure. There are many types of these beta neurotoxins found in different snake venoms, but paradoxin is the most potent of them all. This by itself would make the venom lethal, but when combined with the many other toxic proteins that affect multiple systems and organs in the body, it makes inland taipan venom not only the most dangerous snake venom in the world, but also one of the most dangerous naturally occurring toxins ever to be discovered. The natural world can be equally devastating and astonishing. While it's fair if you don't want to marvel at the wonder of snake venom up close, or even come within 1,000 feet of an inland taipan, it's hard to deny that they are incredible creatures. The best appreciation for the natural world comes from understanding it, and understanding it comes from grasping concepts across many subjects, from chemistry to biology to math to physics. And since it's been a while since my high school and college science classes, I like to brush up on these concepts, to engage my brain, and to help continuously fulfill my curiosity for the natural world. And to do this, I use Brilliant. Brilliant is an amazing...
That's a great ad transition. Alright. Well, I thought that was cool, and a pretty good explanation of that snake venom, and the deadliest venom in the world. I was, you know, under the impression that the black mamba is up there, but it doesn't seem like it's even in like the top 5, because like they showed at the beginning that like the LD50, you know, maybe the black mamba is after the king cobra. Oh, that was just this was just an interesting video to me that caught my attention, that I wanted to watch. I don't think there was any, it was random. So yeah, with that, I'm going to end the stream here. Let me see if I can find someone to raid into. Oh, Jason Society. Streaming, so we're gonna look to raid into him. But yeah, I want to thank everyone that passed by. Great stream. Thank you so much, Armories, for passing by, and all the great feedback, and everything. Thank you so much, Thrasha, Revered Simp, Bob Marley, Bill, Zeron, and for the conversation. And thank you for the new follows. Mezer, Fry, my calamari, Desperado Sensei, Mad Lad, thank you so much for the follow, much appreciated. Thank you for the raid, Smite Knight, and for passing by. Super grateful. I'm missing a lot of people. Basically, thank you to anyone that passed by. And Wimpleton Duck. I'm not sure what you mean by real. But yeah, I plan to stream again. I'm hoping next on Friday, maybe Saturday, but at the very least, I should be doing my usual Sunday stream. But I'm looking to stream somewhere in between now and Sunday. Thank you again, Armories. Well, I don't know what that's a whole other question that maybe I'll try to answer on another stream. But like, it's pretty clear that the climate is changing, and that what it's changing into doesn't seem like it's going to be all that great to live in. Yeah, we're gonna raid out to Jason Society, fellow lefty streamer. They're doing their usual broadcast. Give them a follow. Support them. They're a based, great streamer. Great content. And until next time, take care and be well.
In with the raid.
Ow.
Don't tell me my mic's not loud enough. Corey, thanks for dropping in. I kind of went through some news for a little bit, and now I'm trying to get Clyde to actually smoke a bowl, because she said she wanted to come on and smoke some weed with me, but she has yet to smoke the weed. That's okay though. We're hanging out and bullshitting and talking about all sorts of weird shit.
The bong moved from one spot. It's because every
move.
time I start to do something, you have some wild